Welcome to the final day of the 49er World Championships in Buenos Aires in Argentina. My name is Andy Rice, and together with 49er experts Marcus Bauer and Ben Ramoka, we are going to be bringing you live coverage of all the racing on this final exciting day. There's an awful lot of stake. It's not just about winning world championships. There are a few contenders left in both the men and the women, but importantly for other people further down the fleet, this is about qualifying their nation for a spot at next year's Olympic Games, Rio 2016. So let me introduce you to Marcus Bauer and also to Ben Ramoka. And welcome, boys. It's going to be an exciting day.
Hi, Andy. Thanks for having us. I'm looking forward. We've got quite a lot of races coming up. We intend to cover 3 more final races, 2 women and 1 man. And then the medal races later on. It looks like a great day out there. Maybe Ben can tell us a little bit about the conditions that we can expect.
Well, yes. Hi, Andy. Hi, Marcus. We're under blue skies here in Buenos Aires today. And more importantly for the fleet, they're able to stretch their legs. It's about 13 to 15 knots as we start today, and forecast to pick up as we move on. It's going to be a really good test, a different test than they've had this week, and a worthy one to decide these champions today.
Ben, it was a very light wind day yesterday, and you made some interesting observations about how different teams in the 49er FX in the women's fleet tend to like or dislike different conditions. Who do you think a stronger breeze today is going to play into the tune of, is going to work to their advantage?
Well, we've got to look right to the top of the leaderboard. Ida Nielsen and Marie Olsen of Denmark are the top heavy air team for the moment, and have been pretty much since this class started. From the first regatta in Palma 2013, they've really sailed well in strong winds. I don't think we're anywhere near the limit today, so extreme sailing performance will not be so much of a factor. But Marie Olsen, the crew aboard Ida and Marie's boat, she forced the rewrite the fitness criteria because she broke all their tests. So they're certainly up for it.
And you mentioned yesterday that they have a bit of a vulnerability in light winds. And looking at their scores on this scoreboard now, we see a string of first places, 6 first places in the first 8 races during qualifying, but a bit of a wobble yesterday. And that's allowed the boats behind to really close the gap, because it was a very healthy lead that's now just been reduced to 4 points. So your observation that maybe they are a little bit vulnerable in the light airs, that certainly seems to be borne out from their performance yesterday.
They're certainly able to perform in the lighter airs, but just not to the same consistent level. I mean, it's the same in most fleets that the lighter airs produce more randomness. But I think Ida and Marie have a small hiccup there compared to their breezy performance. Whereas a lot of the teams were able to move up the standings, and some of them significantly.
We've got a picture of the race course from just a few minutes ago, so we get an idea of what it's like at the moment in Argentina. Just bringing that into the picture here. It's blue skies wherever you are. We're certainly not in Kiel. We don't have blue skies at the moment. I don't know how it is in Oxford, but Buenos Aires has beautiful weather, and between 12 and 16 knots at the moment. Is that going to favor Ida Nielsen?
Well, it might. She's got certainly some of the rivals in the contention are also good heavy air sailers. I'm sitting here just as the yellow flag goes up to start the sequence beside Maloney and Meach from New Zealand. They're also very good in the breeze. Both their Danish rivals in the team, the Schutte sisters, Denmark 49, and Janne Hansen and Katja Iversen on Denmark 71. They're also really good in the breeze. Charlotte Dodson and Sophie Ainsworth, they know how to sail in the breeze. I'd say the only top team that might be a little susceptible in windier conditions is Martine Grail and Kaina Kunz. Not that there are any slouches, certainly, but and they make up for it usually with getting the tactics right. So I think we're in for a fantastic contest.
We should say that the Brazilians in second place, Grael and Kunze, they are the defending world champions and just 4 points off the lead. They must fancy their chances to be able to defend that because they've really been on the attack in the last few races, and the lead of Nielsen and Olsen is looking like nothing like as secure as it had a day earlier. And then we have the European champions from earlier this year. They won the Europeans in Porto in Portugal. That's Conti and Klapsic from Italy. And then a very good performance by Dobson and Ainsworth from GBR. A really good string of results yesterday up until their 21st place, which just knocked them back out of the podium. But they're certainly well within contention at the podium today. But overall, it's those Danes, 3 Danes in the top 7 as we look at the leaderboard. They are the standout nation in the 49er FX, just in its 3rd year as an Olympic class.
Andy, can we shift over to the leaderboard of the 49ers?
Let's do that, and let's take a quick look. Anyone that listened to us yesterday.
Meanwhile, Ben, please go on mute. Right, thanks a lot, Ben. Well, Burling and Tuke almost back to normal, I'd say. 12-point lead before the last Gold Fleet races and the medal races today. Let's see if he can manage to edge out a lead that will make the medal race redundant for him. But we saw an interesting battle between him and the second place boat, the Alonso brothers, yesterday. Maybe if we have a little time, we could look at how that evolved yesterday in the last race. The Lange brothers climbed in 3rd place. They are contenders for an Olympic ticket. So is the Polish team, as far as I'm aware, with 71 points in 4th place. And Heil Plössl, the German team, also battling for the Olympic nation qualification and also the national qualification. Around that, from 3rd to 6th place, it's still fairly close, so we're definitely in for a battle there. I see the flag is up on the FX course. I'm not sure how much to the start, maybe 3-4 minutes. And that is the FX. Well, we'll find out in a minute. Meanwhile, we could look at the last race from yesterday. Is that okay with you, Andy?
That's okay with me if we have the time. Just if you think we've got the time, because it sounds like we're not too far away from a sequence.
Oh, actually, yeah, you're right. Looking at race 13.
I can tell you in real life they're less than a minute to go.
All right. Okay. Well, then there's 2 minutes to go, and I've got it up on screen now. Let's do that later then. Let's look at Burling's performance later, and let's focus on the FX for now. Let me highlight the top 3 boats. Andy, you give me the top 3, the current top 3.
If you could highlight Nielsen from Denmark, there we have it, Nielsen. If you could go for at the top of the scroll, go up to the Brazilians. They're very close to the top. Go for the Danes just above them.
Yeah.
Conti and Klapsic, your cursor's on them now.
Yep.
And let's go for Dobson and Ainsworth, GBR. They are in 4th overall. So let's take a look at those ones and see how they are shaping up. So on the right-hand side of the ones that we're looking at, it very much looks like the leaders in this regatta are lining up for a committee boat end start, looking to give themselves the ability to tack off to the right-hand side if they want to. Yesterday, we saw that there was some current underneath the boats, so they had to be careful about that. We'll bring in Ben a little bit later on to tell us what the current is doing today, but it could well be that they're hanging back from the line, not as close to the line as they normally are because they're concerned about being pushed over by the current. Just 40 seconds to go. And
Ida Nielsen positioning herself close to the committee boat on the right-hand side. Rest of the fleet fairly spread out. They are the Danish boat like going for pin and start. Brazilians sort of conservatively in the middle.
But they're quite poked out, aren't they, the Brazilians? They're one of the boats closest to the line, and we've got 13 seconds, and there's a big gap between the fleet and the line, and that tells me the current must be quite a concern and a consideration for them. They just don't want to get too close too soon.
Yeah.
3, 2, 1. Everyone behind the line. It looks like a clean start. And Ben Ramoka, how did you see the start? Did it look clean to you?
Yes, Andy, the start looked clean. Rather than being concerned with the current, I think the girls have underestimated the current. There's a reasonably strong downwind current today.
Okay, so the complete opposite to yesterday. So they're going to need to overstand ley lines, build a little bit more into their upwind work, and think about the current carrying them downwind. So the complete opposite there yesterday.
Andy, very interesting situation. The current leaders, that is Nielsen and Olsen, heading out to the right-hand side. They're able to break away freely, whereas we have the Brazilian team sort of started left of the middle, and they're kind of stuck there. They don't have freedom to tag. Seems like they've got good speed to bail out there, but you can see the bend in their trail, the orange trail here, where they actually now got headed, but they can't tag. No freedom to tag for them, so they get pushed out to the left-hand side despite the header at the moment. Not a good place to be in. We see the Danish boat tacking back to the left on a big header. Look how deep she's going. That's an interesting move over there.
That is an interesting move. I wonder if she was forced to do that, if she fell out of her lane or something. The red boat in the middle that's tacked and crossed the other starboard tackers, I'm very impressed with their performance so far. Who's that right in the middle of the fleet at the moment on port tack, the red boat? Yeah, you're nearly there.
That one, that is Beckering from the Netherlands.
Beckering, we haven't had much to say about them so far this week, but not been a great week for the Dutch, but really impressive that they managed to tack so early there. So Ben, if you can hear us, who for your money is making good work of the early part of this beat?
We've got a split fleet, as you might imagine, half the fleet going right, half the fleet going left. Looks like the Canadians, the French, and the Dutch, and one of the German teams are doing well on the right, along with Maloney and Meach. And on the left, we've got the Australians, Brazilians, British, and Gersok, along with the other Dutch on the far left.
What's happening with Nielsen and Olsen? They're going really slow in the middle of the course.
Yeah, Nielsen and Olsen must have got rolled off their start. They got pinched out, then they tacked. Then they came back to the middle. They only just managed to cross the Singaporean team. Great start on the pin end of the boat, but then had to do a 360 when they tried to get back to the right. I mentioned them because they're leading the Battle for Nation qualification. So Nielsen and Olsen are deep in the hole, deep in the middle of the fleet, and only just having a lane finally now.
But it looks like they've got a plastic bag on their centerboard. They're going so much slower than the rest.
Ben, to us, it certainly looks like they have a problem. They seem to be the slowest boat on the track, and they had a good start. They were in the front few off the line, and something is going disastrously wrong for the Danes right now, and they are in danger of losing the overall lead in this regatta the way things are going for them right now.
Well, I can't confirm if there's a plastic bag on their centerboard, certainly, but I can confirm they're not going any faster than the boats around them, which is surprising given the wind strength.
And what do you reckon, Marcus? Who do you think's making hay out of the left and the right? To me, it looks a little bit like the right might be finding a bit of a shift over on that side.
Definitely at the moment we see a big header on the right-hand side. The boat out here, that's Maloney and Meach, I'm sure they're keen to tack. They're not tacking yet, despite a probably 10 to 15 degrees header. That's what you want to get out there in that corner. But they're not tacking yet. Surprises me a little bit. Maybe because the middle here is still getting lifted. I think the right-hand side looks very good.
And as you say, not much ley line left. You'd think that green boat on the right would tack, and here it does tack. And that is the Kiwis tacking on what may well be the ley line and their final approach to the mark, but we'll see. But Maloney and Meach, they were the world champions 2 years ago. This world championship not going quite so well for them. lying in 8th going into this race. So maybe they would appreciate a little bit more breeze. Maybe this is their chance to shine, but whether it's going to be sufficient to get them back into contention for a medal, that's another matter.
I'm focusing in on the Danish boat. Ida Nielsen, they're in a really close battle with the Singaporeans here. They're really stuck behind them. Not a good position for them to be going in for so long.
No, that's really strange. They had a real dose of the slows, and maybe your speculation about a plastic bag is somewhere close to the mark. But yeah, it'd be really interesting to find out later what exactly went wrong there, because it looks like they're going to pay dearly for whatever that problem was.
And they're bailing out now, by the way.
Yeah, so unable to hold on to the Singaporean team. Now, Ben mentioned just now that the Singaporeans are one of those boats fighting for an Olympic berth here. Now, I understand that there is 3 spots up for grabs, but Ben can correct me later on if that's incorrect. But I think there are 3 spots up for grabs, and there are 7 teams that are really chasing that. It's Norway, USA, Singapore, Ireland, Canada, Argentina, and Croatia. So how they come out relative to each other, regardless of whether they're going to be vying for the championship, it's unrealistic. Any of those are vying for the championship, but what they care about is making sure they finish in the top 3 of those teams that have yet to qualify a spot for Rio 2016. Looks like Maloney and Meach are just going to get across the bows of the British boat.
Let's just pay attention to the battle of which side's going to play out here.
Tell us, Ben, what do you see?
I think the left side's going to win. After all, the left side's going to win.
It certainly looks that way. It looks like the green boat, as we see them, of Maloney and Meach, the wind is caving in on the right-hand side, and some boats coming back on a very late charge from the left-hand side. So if you can identify those 2 purple boats that your cursor's near there, Marcus, who are we
Kaiser
looking at?
and Blohm from the Netherlands are in the lead, and the Argentinian team are looking good, and Denmark 71.
So a very good race so far for Kaiser and Blohm. A long way off the top of the leaderboard, in 19th place overall. Nina Kaiser and Claire Blohm going very, very well in these stronger conditions right now. They've just tacked, and if they've judged their tack correctly, they are on final ley line approach and about to go round in the lead. Just in front of the port tackers coming in from the far left-hand side. These are more familiar names at the front of the fleet. Hansen and Iversen from Denmark just about to tack, and the European champions from Italy, Conti and Klapsic, also coming in from the left-hand side, overstanding the ley line. Do they have enough space to be able to tack round and get round in the lead? Yes, they do. So it's Netherlands, Denmark, Italy, the top 3 going round the first mark, and then Brazil is somewhere close, but there are other boats. It doesn't look like Brazil is going to go round in 4th place. And I think we're looking at Brazil as being the new leaders of this regatta, the way things are going at the moment, because we have yet to see where Nielsen and Olsen are going to show up after that disastrous first part of the beat. Well, they've got a lot of ground to make up.
We can always go to the live leaderboard in between to check out what this means. And you're right, Grail and Kunze are taking the lead overall with 3 points over Conti and Klapsic, and then 3 Danish boats close to each other in a pack, and Dobson and Ainsworth in 6th position. A lot can happen still, needless to say, but that's the current scores.
Well, look how expensive that was. So that problem, whatever that problem was, it's caused Nielsen and Olsen to drop from 1st overall to 4th overall as things stand. And now they are right in a battle for staying on the podium. They're not even in the podium right now. And to think that they had such a massive lead, they looked like they were more Burling and Chuk than Burling and Chuk a few days ago with that string of first places.
So at the moment, all boats heading out to the left-hand side of the course. Hardly anyone has jibe set, not even Ida Nielsen. She's not trying to attack through a jibe set. She just follows the leaders and she's pushed to go higher because we've got the typical situation here where everyone's going a little bit higher than the front pack.
There's also some pretty consequential things happening in the Battle for Nations spot. We've seen Argentina come around in the top 5, and they are challenging for a spot, whereas Singapore is near the back of the fleet, and so is Croatia. So a little bit of a flip-flop there leaves an opening for the Canadians, the Irish, and the Americans.
Thanks for that input, Ben. And just to update people on who's in contention right now of the teams or the nations that are fighting for one of those spots, it's Argentina in 11th place, which is the top boat right now, but only 2 points ahead of the Singaporeans, so they're still very much in contention.
They're actually in 11th and 12th place at the moment in the overall leaderboard, Singapore and Argentina.
And then it goes back to Norway for our next potential qualifier. And then you have to go down quite a bit to USA, who at the moment would be out of contention the way things stand for getting an Olympic spot. So hard to imagine that the USA is struggling to gain a spot at Olympic Games, but that's the situation at the moment. It's a very international fleet, and there are new players on the block. And Singapore, we should say, one of the emerging nations from Asia. So that's the way sailing is going. It's a much more global international sport than it was 20 years ago.
So most boats going for the long leg first. Classic behavior here. A couple of boats in the back of the fleet have bailed out. Doesn't look like that there's dramatic benefit at the moment. Schutt sisters have bailed out earliest. They don't look bad, but judging the angle, so far doesn't look like they carry a big advantage there.
Can you put some highlights on the first 2 boats in the fleet so that we know that what their numbers are?
That's Kaiser and Blom and Salzkopf and Iversen. Oh, sorry, Hansen and Salzkopf Iversen.
So it looks like the Danes might be about to roll the Dutch who led around that first mark, but looks like the Dutch are a little bit vulnerable there. Having said that, they may be on their final approach where the Danes have one more jibe to do. So if the Dutch can hold on there, which it looks like they will, they should still get round the bottom marks in first place. Ben, looking at the bottom gate and looking at the general scenario and what happened on the previous beat, which side do you fancy?
Well, it doesn't matter as much which side I fancy. I think it matters more which side the girls are going to fancy. And, of course, I've got a little advanced information. I think they're going to go left again.
Okay. Now, bearing in mind that left did pay at the top of the last beat, maybe that's the reason. Maybe there's also a little bit of bias on the gate. It looks like the left-hand gate is slightly closer, so a little bit further upwind than the other gate, so maybe that's another reason. But it looks very, very close around that mark between the Dutch and the Danes. The Danes right on the heels of the Dutch, and things very, very tight. So no one has managed to stretch away into any kind of lead yet. So plenty of opportunity for people to be able to attack. But it does look like the Brazilians have lost out down this run. Ben, what do you make of the Brazilian performance on that run?
I wasn't able to catch them on the run that much, but I can tell you they're still in the top 5 of this race, which, to be honest, is a pretty good result. Ida and Marie have had a good run, I believe, moving up into the top.
I just saw in the tracking, sorry to interrupt you, Ben, but I just saw in the tracking that she did a bit of an unorthodox double jibe right in front of the gate. I assume to gain inside room at the left-hand gate mark. We can see that in the tracking now. That's probably something that paid, and we can see her closing in quite dramatically. That's interesting how she caught up from, well, at the moment 17th to probably 13th place, maybe a little bit better than that. Well,
surprising how many boats are following each other going out to the left-hand side. There's obviously something about the left they really like. There's a little bit less bad air that way. If you go to the left, you're swallowing a little bit more bad air from the downwind boats if you go out to the right. But it's only the Italians of the front bunch that decided to go around the right. And it looks like the Italians are a little bit slow going back through the middle of the course, so maybe it was the wrong decision.
I can confirm that all of the boats that are leading this race were very far left on the first beat. So, they're going to just stick with what they know and do the same thing. We see the Kiwis separating a little bit to the right, but also then tracking back and going left. And like you say, the Italians, who took a little separation to the right, they don't look particularly good. So maybe the left is the place to be.
Certainly looks that way. They look a little bit parked compared with the boats on the far left. The two leaders, Denmark and the Netherlands, they seem to be stretching away from the boats behind now. And this course is playing into their hands, really, because everyone seems to like the left so much that it's becoming a bit of a soldier's course, a bit of a follow my leader course.
Let's look at the speeds of the leading boat. They're doing 8.5 knots at the moment, where the Italians are doing 7.2. They are reaching away here, though. They're in a bit of a two-boat battle here on the left-hand side, where Argentina here behind is going a lot higher at 8.3 knots.
And it does look like Italy, further to the right, has found a slight bit of a lift. It looks like things are improving a little bit for Italy.
Yeah, they just got lifted here. We can see that in their trail. They are going a little bit higher. And some boats behind, some boats following, having a dramatic left-hand shift here. They're sailing backwards.
Yeah, there's some really strange things happening there in the middle of the course. But meanwhile, the two leaders, Netherlands and Denmark, pretty much, yes, tack for tack. The Danes tack and the Dutch tack right on their face. So that's a match race going on for first and second. And at the moment, Kaiser and Blom doing a great job of defending their lead. On the overall standings, you can see, if you look on the overall standings, they've got more than double the points. So that in terms of their performance throughout this World Championship, Kaiser and Blom, 109 points as it stands at the moment, 16th overall. They're not in the same league as the boat they're racing against, who's currently.
But they want the bullet. They want the bullet of this race.
Yeah, well, they want more than that, Marcus and Andy. They have already won the berth for the Netherlands. However, they need to hit the Netherlands Olympic standard, which is top 8 at this championship. So they need a top 8 here to actually be sent by their federation to the game, and they have a lot on to.
They have a lot of catching up to do. To get up to 8th place, it's more than 30 points, almost 40 points. That's a big ask, really, for this final day.
Yeah, it's very hard to see that, and it would be interesting to come back to Ben at some point to ask what further chances are available for the Dutch if they weren't to get that top 8 place here, which is looking extremely unlikely. I'm wondering if they have another chance.
I think they have another chance at the next World Championship in Clearwater, and I think it might be something like a third at the Europeans in 2016, being the only remaining opportunities, something like that.
So meanwhile, the other Dutch are in 10th overall, Beckering and Duits. So if they get a top 8, that doesn't help out Kaiser and Blom in any way, presumably.
That's a question only Ben can answer.
Yeah, I was wondering if Ben would answer that, but if Ben can't hear us, that I'm sort of wondering aloud whether that would be the case.
Yeah, so the situation with Beckering and Deutsch is if they hit the Olympic standard and Blom and Nene Keizer don't, then they think they would actually pick up the spot. But if both of them make it, then it's going to be Keizer and Blom.
Let's look at the results again. Well, Beckering and Duits in 10th place. Yep. It's still a far stretch to 8th place, but that's certainly more doable than Kaiser and Blom in 16th place. Let's keep an eye on that as things evolve. Denmark still in a very sticky spot here, down in 19th place at the moment. They're not really recovering. Solid race by the Argentinians.
I suppose if there's any consolation for Nielsen Olsen having dropped from first to fifth overall so far in this race, it's that the points are still very close between the top five. There's only 8 points separating the top five. So while they might be the bottom of those top five, it's quite possible for fortunes to reverse in the next race and for them to get back on top. But we're really setting ourselves up for a very interesting showdown. It seems pretty clear that the medals won't be decided until the medal race. So Denmark 71 at the top of our picture. Hansen and Iversen looking like they're on a very nice lift going up towards the top. And what has happened to the Netherlands 15? It's not been such a good middle section of the beat for them. It looks like they are struggling to hang on to one of the top few places, and they'll be regretting parting ways with Denmark 71.
Let me highlight the difference in angle that has evolved here. The Danish boat, and this was the angle that boat from the Netherlands was sailing for a while. That makes a big difference, of course. Well spotted by the Danish boat.
Well, it was the Danes that did very well from that side on the previous beat, and it was the Italians that did very well on this side of the beat. So they both came in from top left at the previous on the previous leg, and both boats decided to do the same. But actually, as I say that, things are caving in for the Italians, and they don't seem to be able to hold that high line that they were on just 10 or 15 seconds ago. So the Italians falling down towards the line of Denmark 71. It seems like Denmark 71... Hansen and Iversen have their own breeze, and nobody else can match them for that.
And look at the ley line. If we extract the ley line from the leading boat, then actually we see the Danish boat out here already way over the ley line, way out on the left-hand side. Not a good place for them to be. This race is certainly not going well for them. The Brazilians in a conservative spot, really downwind of the windward mark. They can still benefit from any shift, whereas Ida Marie on the left-hand side is really stuck, and there's no options left.
Well, you didn't spend as much time at the back of a 49er fleet as I did, Marcus, but I can tell you there aren't many options back there. So, I mean, sometimes banging a corner, going out onto the ley line is the best of some pretty slim pickings.
Well, but especially in shifty conditions like this, I was surprised, and I learned a lot from top sailors like Chris Nicholson about how willing they are to stay in the dirty air if they benefit of a shift. The speed reduction of sailing bad air is comparatively small against the differences in angle that we just looked at. So just vying for clean air might be a bad motivator to go to certain places. So I think, especially in these shifty conditions, you should stick with a wind strategy and not so much with clean air.
Interesting. Okay. Well, certainly things are not going well for those Danes, but they're going extremely well for Denmark 71 for Hansen and Iversen, who were second going round the bottom mark, and by the top they are in a nice lead. But even they're not getting everything right. They must have thought that was their final approach to the windward mark, and no sooner do they tack, but the breeze heads massive. Oh no. Okay, so it's a windward mark positioning thing. They've gone round the windward mark, and they're absolutely fine. So Iversen is well in the lead now, and really left the Dutch in the dust, because the Dutch had been leading for a good chunk of this race. But this is the final run now, and will anyone be able to get back onto Hansen and Iversen's tail? It doesn't look like it.
No, they're far ahead. There's been a replacement mark, apparently.
And second around is Italy. Conti and Klapsic, the reigning European champions, and hot on their heels is the previous leader of this race, the Dutch team, who are doing their best to try and qualify themselves for the Olympic Games next year. They've won the spot for the Netherlands, or at least their compatriots from the Netherlands have done that, but they haven't yet done enough to get into the top 8, which is what the Netherlands says they need to achieve if they're going to go and represent the country at Rio next year. Argentina doing very well. Argentina, the leaders of those 7 teams that are looking to try and qualify the nation in this fleet. So it looks, as things stand, like the host nation here in Argentina is going to be sending an FX team to Rio, just a short way, just a few thousand miles up the coast of South America in Rio. And things just getting better and better for the Danes. And you always felt that when the Danes were breathing down the necks of the Dutch, that it would only be a matter of time. I think the Dutch did very well to hang on as long as they did, but the quality of these Danish 49er FX sailors, no one else can match that right now. If it's not one Dane, it's another. So just as Nielsen and Olsen have a bad race, Hansen and Iversen take up the Danish flag, and they're leading very comfortably down towards the finish now. Much better race for Maloney and Meach. They had a good early first part of the race. They were leading halfway up this beat. Then the breeze changed. The others came in from the left. So Maloney and Meach, they dropped back, but they are back up into second, and they have always been a class act in strong winds as well.
Well, Nielsen and Olsen, looking at their results from the Windward mark, they were 17th. They didn't manage to gain a single place so far. They caught up to 14th after that first downwind, but the next upwind proved to be a disaster. Again, heading out so far to the left really didn't help. And bad race for them. Let's see whether they can recover in the race to come.
So the way you were talking, Marcus, maybe they weren't patient enough. Maybe they just needed to show a little bit more patience for a bit longer, and maybe they would have got a little bit closer to that top 10.
Looking at the leaderboard, very preliminary leaderboard, still super interesting. The podium within 6 points, and then actually a tie on points between third and fourth, and just 1 point behind to fifth place. It's going to stay super interesting, and a lot can happen in the races to come.
And as Ben said earlier, they may not be the fastest in this breeze, the Brazilians. They're one of the lighter teams, but tactically they sail very well, and they're hanging in there. They're in 7th at the moment, and that's still just enough to keep them in the overall lead in this regatta. So they're doing just enough. But I think we're going to see Nielsen bounce back strongly from this poor race in the next race. I think they're going to do very well. I just think that was something went wrong just after the start, and I think your speculation about a plastic bag or something like that is not far off the mark.
Yeah, maybe Ben can find out on the water what's happening there.
So just moments away from the finish now. They've done their final jibe, just about to go through the line. And that will confirm a race win for Denmark's Hansen and Iversen.
Looking at the leaderboard, it's quite interesting who had some forward-going momentum in this race. And one boat that stands out is Dobson and Ainsworth, climbing from 11th to 5th place, and Stayard and Compern from 10th to 6th place. They went forward really well. Also, the Norwegian team from 16th to 9th place.
Norway being one of those teams that's fighting for one of the 3 places available for Rio 2016. So those kind of climbs up the fleet are really important for teams like that.
Grail and Kunsen not climbing on this last downwind, apparently. They rounded in 6th position, and they're currently in 7th.
New Zealand's Maloney and Meach cross the finish line in 2nd place.
Might be an interesting finish between Grail and Stayard. Let's see who has the upper hand here. Grail's going to come in with inside room at the mark. But it looks like, nope, they can't cross. They can't squeeze inside there.
Argentina across in 3rd. Dobson and Ainsworth in 5th. the French Steyart and Compan in 6th, and Grail and Kunz in 7th. And Conti and Klapsich, they had a poor end to this race. I think we saw the left turn bad for them. We thought they were going to do well on the left-hand side of that last beat, and they were lying in about 3rd or 4th, and then suddenly the breeze seemed to cave in on the left-hand side, and they weren't able to make the best of the final top of that last beat.
Let's look at the finish of Nielsen and Olsen. They're actually managing to climb up a little bit from 17th to 14th place. Let's see how they do in the end. Very close there, right in front of the finish. Do they manage to squeeze in ahead of this boat? That's Australia 41. Yep, they do.
So those are, as far as the overall standings are concerned, all those tiny little points are critical, and it could well be that they've managed to displace Hansen and Everson, and it could well be that
they have. That was critical. They're back to 2nd, with just 1 point ahead and 2 points behind the leader. 1 point ahead of 3rd place. So it's really close. This is going to stay super interesting. I think the first race of the 49ers already complete, which will give us a chance to look at that leaderboard. Let's see whether that race is actually finished. I'm opening this now in a different browser. Everyone can go to the SAP Sailing Analytics and look at it themselves. I think that race is still going on. That race is still happening. We might as well switch over to that.
Okay, let's take a look.
Let me get it up screen. Be there in a second.
So as things look there at the moment, it looks like Highland Plussel are leading this race. Highland Plussel from Germany, and strangely enough, a quality team like Highland Plussel, you'd think they would have already qualified as place for the Olympics, but actually they are one of those nations, Germany, battling for a place at Rio 2016 here. So leading this race, Highland Plussel, they're doing themselves some big favours there. That's really putting them in contention, not only for a medal here, but also for wrapping up that Germany spot for Rio 2016, followed by Outridge and Jensen, the reigning Olympic champions from Australia, who are in 2nd place in this race. And it's an early jibe set for all the leaders. So it looks like we've had a very big shift in this race, Marcus.
Yep, everyone jibe setting. We're on the last downwind of this race. And we have German
2 Aussies chasing the Germans.
And look at Burling and Tuke down in 13th place.
Yeah, now who would have thought that in this kind of breeze you would think things would start to get easy for New Zealand 1, but well, maybe we'll find out a little bit later on. We can look back through the analytics a little bit later on and see what went wrong for them.
And Alonso, by the way, even further down the fleet, down in 21st place.
Well, maybe that's all that matters for Burling and Tuke, because it's still hard to imagine that anybody else is going to be able to get close to Burling and Tuke other than the Alonsos for winning this world title in Argentina.
But it's very early to defend and sail onto someone else because there's still 3 races to come. Well, after this one, two more Gold Fleet races and 1 medal race.
True, and I'm sure they weren't thinking too much about the Alonsos. It will be interesting to know what exactly went wrong for Burling and Tuke, because anytime they're out of the top 10, you wonder what's happened to them. We expect them to win races, race after race. Turner and Brake driving away, looking for something else, looking to attack the front 2 by trying different tactics, but Turner and Brake, they're pretty locked in there for 3rd place. Hard to see them being beaten for 3rd or for gaining 2nd or 1st place from the Germans and the Australians, Outridge and Jensen, ahead of them.
Highest average speed on Highland Plussel in this race.
And sailed a little bit greater distance, slightly greater distance than Nathan Outridge. not much to choose
Well,
between
they're
those.
really, if you add the 88 meters there ahead of them, then it's actually no difference.
It's about the same. Okay. Yeah. So yeah, very very similar in that respect. But Outridge and Jensen done 3 more maneuvers than the Germans.
Yep, that could be the difference in speed right there.
Yeah, what would you estimate the loss is in a maneuver in a 49er in this kind of wind?
Probably, I'd guess 3 boat lengths probably.
Yeah, so about 15 meters. So yeah, that's a pretty good. Yeah, that's about the difference between those two boats, and so 3 fewer maneuvers and crossing. Well, looking at it here, looks like they only crossed by a matter of 3 or 4 boat lengths ahead of the Australians in the end.
Well, they'd be very happy with this race win. That makes a big difference for them.
Absolutely, that really puts them ahead of the other boats in 3rd place, I would think.
And by the way, in their national qualifications, I'm not 100% sure that I got the math right, but after the Europeans, they were 12 points behind the European champions in the national qualification, that Schmidt-Böhme, and that means that they have to be at least 8th in this regatta to pull even. But looking at the overall results now, they're actually back in 3rd place, which gives them bonus points because it's a medal position. So hugely important race for them. Looking up at the leaderboard, Burling and Tuke with this 13th place, still in the lead, but it's shriveling up. This was actually the discard of the Alonso brothers, who had a really good performance so far in the Gold Fleet races, 1-6-2-4. And that means only 5 points between those two. Highland Plössl somewhat far away from that, and now a 9-point lead over the 3rd place boat, and the Argentinians a little bit further down. Outridge and Jensen closing up with the 2nd place in the race. A lot can happen there still in that area.
It can, but Outridge and Jensen to get to 3rd place, to be able to displace the Germans from bronze, that looks a bit of a stretch. I guess 2 races before a medal race, it's quite doable.
I suggest we try to zoom back a little bit in this race and find out what happened to Outridge and Jensen. Sorry that I actually switched to the wrong race. Let me go back to race 13.
So yeah, if you're looking for the men at the moment, we seem to be looking at the women's names on the left-hand side.
Yep, I'll be there in a second.
So it'll be interesting to see what Highland Plössl did, what Outridge and Jensen did, and what Alonso and Burling and Tuke did. And it's interesting that both the Spanish and the Kiwis having a bad race, it actually worked in the favour of the Spanish. But at the same time, they must be thinking what a missed opportunity that was. They could have retaken the lead in the regatta. But no, because they had an even worse race than the Kiwis.
So I got it almost ready here. Let's look at where Highland Plössl started and where the Kiwis started in this race.
Wow, so they really wanted the right, and they got the right. They were prepared to sit up by the committee boat and tack immediately.
Yeah, and Burling and Tuke heading out to the left-hand side. Let's speed this up a little bit.
And what about Alonso? Where were they?
Let's highlight them. Just a second. Also on the left-hand side. So looks like business was on the right.
And at the moment, Outridge and Jensen have the better start. They are controlling the Germans. So it's interesting that the Germans managed to overtake them. So
yeah,
Outridge.
They were really banging the corner. High risk first upwind. Burling playing the middle, trying to go back right, not feeling good about that. Yeah, basically the right-hand side, the lift in this area made the difference. That's what pushed Burling and Tuke down fleet, and also the Alonso brothers not benefiting from the left side at all.
Yeah. So again, more signs of mortality, more signs of hope for other people in the 49er men's fleet that Burling and Tuke aren't always immortal. Just to remind you that they have won. Well, in fact, Ben would know better than I think they've won 22 championships straight, going back almost 3.5 years to the last Olympics. It's either 21 or 22. And it looked like they were going to run away with this regatta just a couple of days ago, that no one was going to be able to touch them. But actually, the Alonso's are still, as you said earlier, Marcus, only about 5 points off the lead. So there's still a possibility of a Spanish victory here in Argentina.
Right, I think we're in for one more race with the FX in a short while. They're going to start a little earlier, so we could go into the starting sequence there.
And are we in starting sequence?
I think it's just a few seconds to the start, and I'm going to try and get the race up. Meanwhile, Ben could give us the news about what's happening out on the water. Ben, can you hear us? Nope.
Well, it's been quite a bit breezier than what we saw yesterday. And so hopefully that makes life easier for the principal race officer, David Campbell-James, to bang the races out. There's still quite a schedule to go yet. We've got 2 fleet races left before we have medal races for the top 10 in each of the men's and the women's divisions. And just coming up to the start of race 14 for the women. Let's get some highlights, Marcus, on some of the leading lights, some of the leading contenders. Maloney and Meach, right by the committee boat. They get a start right next to the committee boat. Will they do an early tack, which seemed to be the thing to do on the other course for the men? And there are some attempting the port tack option underneath the fleet, really keen to break out to the right-hand side early. The Italians, they've bailed out from a fairly poor start, and they're already going out to the right. And in the middle of the course and in no position to tack at the moment, it's Nielsen and Olsen, who for most of this week have been leading. They've just had a bad race just a few minutes earlier. And the start of this race has not gone terribly well for them, but it is very early days.
Very conservative start there in the middle. Not a place where you would, land a lucky punch. You got to really work your way up.
But they're hanging in there. They just have to hope that left is the way to go, because they don't have many options to get right at the moment.
Oh, by the way, someone is stuck on some mark here. Looks like looks like they freed themselves from that mark.
And that's Norway fighting for a place in the Olympic Games. So we wish them well. We hope that they manage to get clear of that and that they're on their way again. But that looks like it's going to cost them dear in this race.
Okay, some boats heading out to the left-hand side, wondering if there's a similar pattern as in the 49er race we just saw. Left-hand side not being so super sweet. Grail and Kunze not doing that well here in the middle of the fleet. They're bailing out towards the right-hand side. And the Danish pair, Denmark 2, really stuck here. They have to bail out now. Terrible spot to be in. Not going well for them so far.
No, for someone that Ben says should have the measure of this kind of breeze, their favourite kind of breeze, it's really not going at all well for Nielsen and Olsen. It looks like they were going to run away with this championship at the halfway point, but things are really militating against them. It's not a good day for them at the moment. But sometimes it's how you come through those periods of adversity. That's what marks out a champion. So let's not forget they're only a couple of points off the overall lead. And so it's still theirs for the taking. It's just a different psychology when you've been leading by a country mile to now find yourself in a five-way fight. And as things stand, with the Italians out on the right-hand side and currently doing very well on the right-hand side, it would be the Italians that would take up the overall lead for the first time in this regatta.
We'll look at the overall leaderboard in a second whilst I'm getting Ben back into the conference. Going to be there in a minute. Let's zoom back down here.
But really, of the front few, the Italians are the only ones that are really doing any good at the moment. We'll see if Brazil manages to do better in the middle of the course. But Brazil was not particularly fast in the previous race. They're not that fast, but they are smart.
Well, interesting battle going on here in the middle of the fleet. Not at the front of the fleet, that's for sure. They're actually down in 14th place. The Brazilians are. Danish team even further down. So looks like they think the world title is fought out at the back of the fleet. Looking at the overall results currently, you're right. Conti and Klapčić are taking the lead over Grail and Kunze, who are battling in the middle of the fleet, with Nielsen and Olsen currently down in 5th place. So very interesting development here. We knew a lot could happen on that final day for them, and it certainly does.
And a lot of uncertainty really about what side is going to pay, because we've seen both sides of this course do well on the women's course. And the left seemed like a better bet towards the top of the course, but then the Italians in the previous race did very well on the left on the first lap, and then on the second lap did pretty badly on the left-hand side. This time we see the Italians doing well in the early stages of this beat on the right-hand side, but I seem to remember that's how Maloney and Meach looked early on when they took up the lead of the previous race, and the right didn't hold true all the way to the top. So maybe there's still room in the second half of this first beat for the boats on the left to come good again.
Ben, you're out on the water.
Hi, guys.
Give us the news. Are you with the men or with the women?
I'm down here at the bottom of the men's course. We're entering into a new start sequence. I was able to watch the last downwind of the men's race, which Eric Heil and Thomas Gosel won, followed by Nathan Outeridge. And I can also report that Pete Burling was about mid-pack, and the Alonsos were quite near the back of the pack. So some tightening up of the leaderboard down here. I can also add two things about the conditions. The guys went to the far right of the course, and they are almost immediately downwind of the girls' course. So they're finding a different way up the top of up the race course. And also, I can tell you that the breeze has increased in strength at least 2 or 3 knots. It's now quite choppy, especially down here. And the guys are adding more tension to their rigs so they can take some depth out of their sails to handle this.
So it's interesting things should be so different when one course is pretty much above the other course, when the women's fleet is on top of the men's fleet, that the men are finding one way up the course and the women finding something quite different.
Look at the battle evolving on the left-hand side of the course with the Brazilians and the Danish team. They're really fighting each other there. Almost going above the ley line. Well, not quite yet. I guess they could have continued a little bit further. I think they're a little bit, they're focusing on each other a little bit too early, maybe. Because at the moment, looking at the overall preliminary leaderboard, it's the Italians which have the upper hand, and Salzkov even, and actually the Brazilians and the Danish are down in 4th and 6th place.
Oh, it's just going from bad to worse for Nielsen and Olsen, down in 6th. Clear leaders of this regatta going into the day, and down to 6th now. It's not happy days for Denmark 2 out on the far left of the course right now. And
well, with their mediocre day yesterday, they had probably the worst drops of the group, and also there was only 13 points in it from 1st to 7th. So even though the leaderboard reads one way, you can almost read it as a tie when it's that close.
Certainly seems to be working that way, Ben. we're seeing a lot of uncertainty all the way up to the end of this 49er FX World Championship. Maloney and Meach, they were having a better day just now, but I think they're struggling in this one. And if they were having a better one, maybe they could start to dream about getting on the podium. But for Maloney and Meach, 1 point further back, 1 place further back behind Nielsen and Olsen in the overall standings, it's hard to see Nielsen and Olsen dropping any further than 7th overall, which is where they are right now. Yeah, Maloney and Meach not having such a good one in this one.
Currently in the lead, Lutz Boyke, who didn't have a great regatta so far. That's going to be good for them. Fastest boat on the course at the moment, 9.49 knots. They always like the stronger breezes more.
And why would you say that is, Marcus?
Maybe they're slightly on the heavier side. Well, maybe just a preference, a sailing preference of that team. I can't exactly say.
And what is the German selection like? Because it's quite a big German 49er FX squad. How is that decision arrived at?
This is not part of the qualification, actually. The next one is the Worlds in Clearwater, and then I think the World Cup in Hyères, possibly the World Cup in Palma. Well, that's not a World Cup at the moment, but the Palma Regatta. But I think that's the qualification for the men. So they got a while to go for the next qualification race.
This regatta hasn't gone well for the Germans, has it? Because they've had their good moments earlier on in the season. Vicky Herzog and Eka Lawrence had a good European Championship, I think, and they're the top Germans at the moment in 13th overall in this regatta. But it doesn't seem to be working out that well here.
Right, I think we could switch over to the 49er because we wanted to focus on that. No, it's not. The race is not live yet. Maybe coming up. Actually, the start is it's happening. So I think we're going to switch over to that race.
Marcus, when you get there, highlight Eric Kyle and Thomas Klosel, John Pink, and Bowling and Toot for the start.
So that is, I'll get it up in a second. That is John Pink, Burling and Tuke, and the German team.
Near the top. I saw them just there.
Yep, I got them. So let's focus in and switch it on, and that's where we are.
And Marcus, if you can also find Nathan Outeridge and the Alonsos, I think it'll be useful. Just talk about some of the starter stuff.
Yep. All right.
So, tell me if I'm right, Ben, but it looks like the port tack option has been very popular. It reminds me of some of the races we saw in Portugal earlier this year at the European Championship. People starting underneath the fleet, giving away distance, starting on the wrong tack, the unfavoured port tack, and just doing everything they can to get out to the right-hand side first. Is that pretty much what's going on? Well, if Ben can't hear us,
yeah, I can hear you guys. I'm just muting because the wind is so strong now, probably up to 17 knots. Teams are definitely working hard to get it right here.
And of those teams that are working hard to get right, it looks like no one has worked harder than the Germans. Eric Kyle and Thomas Plüssel, winners of the race just now, and they're putting themselves in great position
and to
win this race.
They're getting headed now on the right-hand side, which is very good news for them. Let's look at where the windward mark sits. They're only probably halfway, or actually, probably halfway towards the right-hand side. They've got some runway left there. They're getting headed now. They're not capitalizing on it yet, though. They don't tack. Nathan Outteridge sailing a very straight line in the middle of the course. He hasn't hit that header yet.
And just a strange symmetry here to note, Marcus. The furthest right boats, the top 3 furthest right boats, are also the top 3 in the overall standings.
Mm-hmm.
New Zealand, Spain, and Germany are all pretty much bunched together on the right-hand side at the moment. So that's where the leading contenders are, and they're in leading contention in this race right now. But interestingly, it's Burling and Chuk that had to bail out early. They've had to take a lot of transoms to get onto starboard tack. They probably wanted to do that rather than get up on ley line. They're hoping that no one else is going to tack on them. Is Outteridge and Jensen going to tack on the Kiwis, or is he going to let them go out behind his transom and out into clear air? It looks like the Aussies are going to carry on. So Burling and Chuk will find that clear lane, but they're not having a great race.
Boats on the left-hand side looking quite good. Getting lifted over there a little bit.
And certainly Eric Hart and Thomas Plussel have had to pass behind Outteridge and Jensen. So from looking very good about a minute or just 2 minutes ago, the Germans not looking so strong now. And as you just said, Marcus, the left is coming on strong now.
If you guys were watching the start, you'll have seen Eric Hart and Thomas Plussel had to wait to get on that option all the way at the end.
Okay, so that's how much they wanted the right. They actually waited and let other people go past and get the speed on before the Germans could get their speed on.
But it does look like the middle and the right are looking pretty good at the moment. It's not the well, actually the middle looking better than the right-hand side. Outteridge tacking now.
Oh, there they are. Burling and Chuk just to the right of the fleet at the moment, on the right-hand side, almost dead down to Lewis, Outteridge and Jensen.
There's a couple of boats to the extreme now as well. Right, so there's left.
Hard to hear, Ben, in 17 knots of breeze, unfortunately. But when you think that the Australians and the Kiwis were pretty much bow to stern just now, just a minute or so ago, maybe 2 minutes ago, Burling and Chuk have really lost a lot of distance to Outteridge and Jensen. So Burling and Chuk are really battling for clear air at the moment, and they are struggling, and they're being pushed further and further out to that right-hand ley line in the search for clear air.
Well, it could definitely prove to be a defining race for this regatta, because it's not that much difference between them and the Spanish anymore. On the other hand, it's not a good race for the Spanish either.
Not quite as bad as it is for Burling and Chuk, though, I don't think, is it? I mean, they're a little bit closer up to the front than the Kiwis.
Yeah, but look at the Spanish. Yeah, maybe. Oh, they're getting lifted now.
Oh, sorry, I was looking at the wrong flag. I was mixing them up with the Aussies. No, not so great. Not so great for the Spanish.
The fleet getting pushed out very far to the right now. Interesting how deep this boat on the left is going. I wonder why they don't tack.
Yeah. Very exposed out there on the left.
That is Phillips and Phillips.
Looking at a big loss or a big gain, the way they've got that leverage on the rest of the fleet.
Yeah, not going very high at the moment. They're probably sailing lower in general than these boats here. Not sure if that was a wind shift. Look at the angle that Heil is sailing here over on the right hand side. That's right angle pretty much, and look at the angle Phillips is sailing.
Yes, it does look very, very tricky, doesn't it? The right is not as clear cut an option as maybe the likes of Heil and Plussel thought it was. I mean, they're doing okay, but it looks pretty flaky at times. It looks like it's coming back for them again now.
And extending their trails, they're above the ley line already, so covering a lot of extra distance here. That's why you rarely see Burling sit far out on the ley line. He usually crosses over underneath the ley line. But he is in a very difficult spot right now. That's going to be hard to recover from.
Well, these are the fascinating moments to see if he can. But those top three still very close to each other. They're pretty much a beam of each other. The Spanish, and then to their right, the Kiwis, and to the Kiwis' right, the Germans.
And it's interesting if you look at that situation, there is a gap here between these two boats. And if you look at the direction of the apparent wind blowing in here, they would actually get decent wind, not great wind, but decent wind through that gap. So maybe he's not that unhappy to sit in that spot after all. Just a few meters in a situation like that can make a big difference. And the position he's currently in, it doesn't look that terrible.
Yeah. And he just hopes that that boat on port is going to carry on past the Germans and leave his air well alone. And it looks like the Kiwis are living in a very, very thin lane there right now, and they're just about getting away with it, as you say, Marcus.
Maybe definitely a lot better place than the Spanish, which are currently falling off here.
Yeah. Now, would you stay there? I mean, you haven't got a lot of ley lines to play with, so it's not great if you tack off either.
Yeah, well, they would certainly be in for a certain loss if they tack out here. They'd have clear air, but a lot of extra distance. Looks like GBR6 could with a lift they could just about make the windward mark, and they're a lot further down than the Kiwis.
Let's keep an eye on Outeridge here. He had a good first race on the day, and he's having a good one now. And he's not that far back. I think he started the day in 8th.
Well, he's certainly having a good race right now, and if he can tack and cross the other boats just over further to the right of him, then he could well be leading around this top mark. So he's got a bit of work to do. He's got to pull off a good tack, but there he does that tack. Now, can Outeridge and Jensen, the reigning Olympic champions, get across the front of the other boats, or will they tack anyway? Let's see. It's very close across the bows of the next boat, but that boat's tacking, so that makes life easier. And is he going to get across Pink and Bithell? It looks like he will. GBR6 is Pink and Bithell, so it's close. But it looks like Outeridge and Jensen have done just enough, and that should put them in good contention for going round the windward mark in first place. And now it's a matter of who's going to go around in second. Is that a Spanish boat in second place? Just take a look for us, Marcus. Botina and Lopez.
Yes, that's Botina and Lopez rounding in second there. Shall we have a look at the leaderboard at this point in time?
Yeah, let's just follow it round. Actually, well, maybe we should be watching.
Too late. Sorry, I already switched. Okay. Anyways, with both Burling and Hugo Alonso sailing their discard at the moment, down in 23rd and 26th place. Nothing much changes in the front, and Highland Plössl are actually still far away. That's interesting. I didn't expect that to happen there. Outeridge and Jensen jumping up to 4th place, and they're close to the podium now, so they're having a great day.
They sure are, and that really is amazing. It's amazing how quickly you can jump up the leaderboard from 8th place to 4th place, and now within real shouting distance of 3rd place overall. I didn't think the Aussies would be able to do it that quickly, but it's amazing how quickly things can turn around in this racing. And that's a nice little lead that the Aussies have there.
Fastest boat on the course on average so far. Have been the longest on the downwind, though. That influences the averaging a bit.
They've also been looking good just in their behaviors today. I think Ian was a bit sick earlier in the week, but in between races, they were the first ones tuning up. They look to have a lot of energy and be looking around the course and showing up here on the race.
And this would be some of the windiest racing they've had this week, would it, Ben?
Oh, this is certainly the windiest racing we've had. We're up to quite difficult conditions. Bit of hard short chop here. The guys are fully at the back of the wing as they're trapezing downwind, and no recoveries yet, but we did see a couple of guys struggle on the hoist.
And is there any danger of pitch poling? Because it's quite shallow water there, isn't it? Quite choppy water on the river plate. Is it pitch poling kind of conditions?
Right now, the chop is too close together for the bow to get really too far down. So we're not seeing anything particularly dangerous, but I'll be the to inform you if that changes.
Good race for Pinkham Bithell in second place at the moment. Stu Bithell, Olympic silver medalist from London 2012, crewing in a 470, now crewing in a 49er for John Pink, and fighting for Olympic selection for Great Britain. As things stand, they are now up into about 8th place overall. They would be hoping for better than that, though, so it's still a bit of a disappointing regatta by the standards they're setting themselves. And then Spanish team, not the Spanish team of the Alonsos that are still in second place overall in this regatta, but Botín and Lopez.
Wind looks fairly even now. Pretty straight lines drawn by the boats here on the trekking trails.
Yeah, so it looks like tactically it doesn't make too much difference which side of the run you go. Having said that, it looks quite good for Highland Plusel. They look like they've found a bit of a deeper angle on the far right-hand side of our picture.
Yep, they're sailing a lot deeper there. I can draw that on screen, actually going a lot deeper over here than these boats here. Probably 10 degrees difference. But
it's tough going for them, considering they look like they might be leading this race in the early stages.
Yep. Well, that right-hand side, that was very early stages. The right-hand side didn't pay off that much after all.
No. Outridge and Jensen, they managed to hold on to still a very healthy lead as they come down to the bottom gate, and that run didn't take very long at all. So things have really sped up now that the breeze is up to 17 knots. And just as we saw with the women, where the left-hand mark was very popular with the women's course, Outridge and Jensen choose the left, but this time Pinkham Bithell in second place go around the opposite mark.
Outridge and Jensen tacking straight away.
Which puts them on port tack going into a really, really busy place. And it makes you wonder, why did they bother going around that mark if they want to tack straight back in there? What have they seen, you wonder? It looks a really busy place for them to go back into. They must be dealing with a lot of bad air and bad shots.
Yeah, maybe Ben can give us some insight there why that would happen.
Thinking about that myself, it's tough handling. The only thing I can is on but they might get through it cleanly.
Okay, so Ben telling us that they managed to get away with it and that they've got through it, and it doesn't look like there's been too much of a speed loss, and it has at least put them in a controlling position. So they've stayed in touch with the boats behind, but it does give a little bit more breathing space for Pinkham Bithell GBR6 on the right-hand side. And Pinkham Bithell must have been faster for that stretch of the beat, you would think, than the Australians.
Burling and Tuke heading out to the left-hand side. Boats heading out very high from the right-hand mark rounding compared to the boats up the course. Outridge.
Nathan seems to be pretty comfortable with this here. He's just flying a lazy cover and probably sailing the high modes, and he's not too worried about it. Just going to sail fast and stay in.
It certainly still looks pretty comfortable for the Australians in the lead, as the British in second place tack onto starboard, back in towards the centre of the course. So will the Aussies put another loose cover on the Brits and just herd them back into the middle? Yes, they do. So things playing nicely into the hands of Outridge and Jensen, who must be enjoying what it's like to be back up the front of the fleet again. This is a bit more like the old days, a bit more like 4 years ago in the lead up to London 2012 when no one could touch them. Meanwhile, Botin and Lopez of Spain still in third overall, out on the right-hand side. And the other Spanish, Spain 46, not having a great day. Fortunately for them, things aren't significantly better either for Burling and Tuke or for Harlan Plussel in third overall. So the Alonsos, if they just keep on having a fairly average day, could still do enough to get second. If Burling and Tuke have a real wobble, there's still a chance of the Spanish being able to win this World Championship. But no one is really dominating. No one's taking this regatta by the scruff of the neck anymore.
Yeah, we can look at the leaderboard in between. No change. Burling and Tuke have climbed up out of their discard position to 15th place. No change in points there yet. Alonso, they would need a good race.
How's it looking at the battle qualification? I can see the Argentina having a race.
I'll give you a rundown. Marcus, if you want to take us back to the leaderboard, I can give a rundown on qualification for the Olympics.
Yes.
So Germany is the top boat in third overall. Then the Langers are in fifth overall for Argentina. Then in sixth, just a place behind and 2 points behind, are the Polish Prospetek and Kolodziński. So those are the top three. And then you go down to 12th to find the Croatians in 12th, one of the contenders. But time running out for them if they're going to get one of these 3 Olympic spots. And then way down in 19th are the Belgians, and in 21st, the Japanese. So it does look like from this regatta, it's going to be Germany, Argentina, and Poland that wrap up the Olympic spots.
There's also a very good chance of that with like Argentina now. So you might pull them in, and then the final 15 can automatically go to the continent. So there's a little bit there at the back end of it too.
Ben, I couldn't catch everything that you were saying then, unfortunately. But maybe if we can get a better signal a bit further down, you can just clarify on those things a little bit more. Back to the race, and well, we still have a difference of opinion about which side to go. We saw the Germans really wanting the right-hand side. They gave away distance at the start to want to start out to the right, which they managed to do, but it didn't work out terribly well for them. And now they're having a go on the left and seeing how that works for them.
And the Spanish are going for a very lucky punch on the left-hand side, and they need to. I mean, they're in a discard position, and every point they climb from here onwards will bring them closer to Burling and Tuke. So I'm sure they're hoping for a left-hand shift here. That's going to be interesting to see how that's going to evolve. At the moment, it looks like it's shifting on the right, towards the right. Let's keep a close eye on that. Because the battle for the title is really on down fleet at the moment. Burling on the right-hand side, Alonso's on the left-hand side. And these could be crucial points for the title.
And Burling and Tuke, certainly not as dominant as they've been. They're looking a lot more like everybody else today. And still sailing fairly well, but just nothing outstanding from them. Just solid. Not able to make their boat speed advantage work today for some reason.
Okay, Spanish coming back in. Not looking too sweet at the moment.
Burling and Chuk took delivery of a new boat for these championships, and they used the South American Championships as a bit of a warm up, and they managed to win that on the last day. But it seems quite late to take delivery of a new boat and expect to be up to speed straight away. I mean, they've certainly been very fast this week, but does that surprise you, Marcus? Is that how you approached the buying of new boats?
Well, it surprises me a little bit, and it impresses me a lot, because fitting out a boat and making it perfect so you can go fast with it takes a lot of time. And I was actually wondering if that string of wins that Burling and Chuk had something to do with, a particularly good boat they had. But it doesn't. They change boats, and they perform like that. It's very, very impressive. So the one design spirit and idea seems to be in place here, and it impresses me very much how they can win. How many regattas has it been now? 21 in a row, with varying boats in varying conditions. It's very, very impressive.
It is, isn't it? I mean, sometimes you find a sweet boat that just seems to work for you, even in a strict one design like a Laser or a 49er. So sometimes you want to hold on to that equipment as long as you can, but it doesn't seem to matter for Burling and Chuk.
And we can see in this race, it's not a walk in the park for them. They have to work hard to get to where they are. And by the way, very typical move now, as I mentioned before, they like to cross over to the windward mark underneath the ley line. You rarely see them over the ley line. That's the lane they're currently on. That's the conservative move that we see them making all the time. And look, they're in dirty air from other boats, but they just don't care. They don't want to go that extra distance that some boats up here are taking. So the left-hand side hasn't paid off for the Spanish boat.
I think what they're doing, other teams couldn't necessarily execute. It's not just a matter of looking at a template of what Burling and Chuk are doing and saying, well, that's what I'm going to do in a race next time. I think there's a lot of skill at being able to keep a boat going in less than optimal circumstances as well. Am I right, Marcus?
Well, I might disagree a little bit, because going over the ley line is a stupid mistake that a lot of people, it's sort of, people are obsessed with clean air, and they're not looking at the subtle differences of the wind shadows, and that you could actually sail behind a boat and still get good breeze and survive in a spot. And instead they bail out and they go for the certain loss of covering great extra distance by crossing the ley lines. I think it's something fairly textbook that you can abide by, and even if you're not that fast, it still works.
But I can really understand that in a slow boat like a keel boat or something like that, where you ease sails and you don't go any faster. If anything, you probably go slower. But at least in a 49er, where tacks are expensive and you don't want to tack any more than you have to, if you overstand and you ease the sheets, you go quite a bit faster, don't you? So it's not that much more expensive to overstand a ley line, is it?
That's not how I perceived it. I thought the extra distance is always expensive. The boat doesn't get that dramatically faster if you start reaching off by just a few degrees. It's the extra distance that counts. That was my take on it.
Well, certainly what you're observing in your own philosophy, it seems to be what Burling and Chuk are applying, and they've chipped away, and it's been a very, very tough beat for them in the middle of the course. But it does look like they've made a few useful places on that beat.
Not just a few. I mean, this is the beauty about the SAP Sailing Analytics. We can look at the mark roundings, and if we go down to their row, they've started as second last, climbed to 21st, and they're now 11th. So they've really pounded through the fleet.
And meanwhile, they were very close to the Alonsos. Where are the Alonsos in this race? Let's have a look at how they progressed, because they were much more extreme. They were more like what I was talking about, Marcus, about banging corners, looking for clear air. How's that worked out for them?
Well, they're like in 22nd position, 21st position. Not much forward movement for them.
No, a small gain, but nothing like what we've seen with the much more patient central conservative approach of Burling and Chuk. And these are not long races, so I can see why people get impatient and they want to throw the dice and they want to try something dramatic, because you've only got four legs of the course. to actually make an impact. And yet it is really impressive to see what Burling and Chuk, just by being patient, chipping away one boat at a time, just what they can achieve. Meanwhile, easy sailing for Australia 3 up the front of the fleet. Nathan Outridge and Ian Jensen unchallenged. John Pink and Stu.
Hey guys, as we talk about the minor place changes here in the 49er race, I can just tell you that in the 49er FX course, the yellow flag is up for the final race of their championship before the medal race. So just keep that in mind as we go through our day.
I think we should probably shift over to that race fairly soon, because that's probably the most important race of the day. Points are really close. Maybe you can comment us through the point differences here, Andy, whilst I get up that final race.
Yes, well, it is extremely close. When you think that Nielsen and Olsen, now in 6th place, were leading going into the day, and just how dramatically things have changed now. And you look at Grail and Kunz now in 1st place overall, but it's only a 4-point gap on Conti and Klapsic from Italy. And then Hansen and Iversen from Denmark, the first of 3 Danes in the top 6. They've won a race today, 59 points. Britain's Dobson and Ainsworth just 2 points back, just 2 points further back are the Schutt sisters. And then it's former series leaders Nielsen and Olsen. And Tamara Eschergoyen and Berta Betanzos from Spain on 68 points, also within striking distance. You would think that 15 points up to the lead is insurmountable, but not the way that we've seen things bouncing around today. I mean, it's very difficult conditions out there, a lot of place changing, and this is still, I would say, a 7-way fight for the medals.
Yes, and I can bring up that final race. We'll switch back to the leaderboard of the 49er a little later, but let me bring up that final Gold Fleet race of the 49er FX, and we're in the pre-start. We're in the very early pre-start. But we're still zooming around looking for start positions. Maybe Ben can give us an idea of the favorite line of the start line, favorite side.
Just try right now, Marcus. Give me 30 seconds.
Marcus, let me ask you, we're in uncertain conditions here. We're not seeing any clear pattern of left or right being particularly favoured. We can see things change quite dramatically. With all that in mind, what kind of start are you going to go for? What start gives you the best option to be able to pick and choose, say, a minute out of the start?
Well, definitely the first shift matters. So you want to be very flexible at the start line and just look out as much as possible. I always like standing up as high as possible, slight leeward heel in the boat to stick my head out as far as possible to get an idea of where I can grab the first shift or the first gust to slightly break away from the fleet to get into a controlling position. So you got to be super flexible when it's shifty, and if in doubt, you want to start at the boat end, because you can actually tack away and have the freedom to act, and you can reach off in case you want to head off further to the left-hand side. So if in doubt, I'd always favor the right-hand side of the line.
And what about Ben?
We can see Ida and Marie are now setting up.
He's breaking up, unfortunately. Ben, maybe you can hold your mobile phone high up in the air or do something, but you're breaking up at the moment.
Well, if we could highlight Nielsen, because it was Nielsen that he was referring to.
I'm about to do that.
Let's see what he was saying. What are they setting up for? Let's see if we can work that out for ourselves.
1 minute 30 to go here in the tracking.
And it looks like the pin end is a little bit favoured. Well, maybe not actually. No, it's because the breeze is, if you look at top left, the breeze is slightly to the right of the top of our picture. So it's a fairly even line, actually.
Well, that's just estimated. We'll see after the start only whether how the angles work out. But from the pre-start maneuvering, from the angles I see there in the trails, it doesn't look like there's a strong bias to one side. Yeah, but a lot of boats here on the left-hand side vying for the pin end start. Gorga Sisters are in there. Ida really battling for that spot. She's there very early though. That's a risky place to be. She could easily get pushed over the line here.
And who's the boat that could push her over?
That is another team.
So Dane. Two Danes right together.
Ida Marie now went back, not long to go to the start. Not a good position to be in at all. She's probably going to jibe away and head off to the other side. No option left. Ooh, and she's got a boat in front of her. Looks like Denmark 71 is going to win the pin end start. Oh, and she has to do turns. Oh, awful. That's probably what Ben was talking about. So this is not going well for her at all.
It's been a terrible day for Nielsen and Olsen. They look like they were going to run away with this World Championship, but now they'll be lucky if they actually be able to get a medal out of this at all.
Conti and Klapschus having a beautiful start on the right-hand side. They have the freedom to act. They can tack away anytime they want to.
So that was the perfect kind of start that you're talking about, isn't it? The Italians have more choice than anybody else right
Exactly.
now.
They can reach off and head off to the left side, or they can tack and benefit from anything on the right-hand side. That's a start I would like in these kind of conditions.
And it looks like the Italians are choosing to tack over. Is that correct?
Yep. They're tacking away to the right-hand side. There's a header here. You can see that. There's a slight bend here in the courses, so the wind is shifting to the right. They're sailing towards that. Probably going to tack back soon again. Oh, and look at the shift to the left on the left-hand side. Fleet really bending away there.
Yeah, massive changes. They're almost sailing 180 degrees away from each other on opposite sides of the course. Very, very tricky conditions.
Big separation here in choices. We've got a number of contenders heading left and a number heading right, with the most notable ones being Jenna Hansen and Katja Everson leading the charge left, and the Italians leading the charge right. But this is also the final race of the regatta to decide Olympic nation qualifying. So let's keep an eye on that as well.
Yeah, let's look at the leaderboard as it evolves in this last final Gold Fleet race before the medal race, and it's Grail in the lead and only 4 points in the lead ahead of Salzkopf Everson, and they're followed by the Schutt sisters. Dobbs Namesworth in 4th position, and Nielsen and Olsen have dropped down to 7th place. A terrible day for them. It's really falling apart. 13th, 16th, and 23rd.
Just to update you, while you stay on that for a moment, let's just look at the nations that are looking like they're going to get the spots for the Olympic berth. And as I see it, the Argentinians in 10th are one of those that will take a spot. Singapore in 12th, and USA possibly are the next ones down. I'm trying to see if I've missed any other nation, but I think that's our top 3. Norway. What's happened to Norway? Norway have just dropped below the Americans. So there's a very, very close battle. So Ben is absolutely correct to draw our attention to this, because there is a very, very close battle between Singapore, Norway, and America.
Yep. Let's keep an eye out on the USA in 18th place, whether they manage to climb up further there. Let's go back to the race number 15.
I just wanted, Marcus, let's just note the fact before we leave that Conti and Klapsic normally are in the lead. They were down further down the nominal leaderboard, but look how much it's bouncing around. I'm just not convinced that they are really in 16th in this race, but we'll come back and have a look. It seems like things are changing very, very quickly on the race course.
Let's highlight them. They're already highlighted. They're out on the right-hand side, and they're looking quite good.
Yeah, so the system is trying to make sense of what's still a very, very close race between most of the fleet at the moment. But when you look at where the Italians are on the racecourse, that's not a bad place to be, is it?
No, looks like a quite sweet spot actually. A, a little bit in the bad air of Lloyd and Elks,
It's from Australia.
but it's not too
And who's
bad,
coming
really.
across?
Something where you can easily survive. Graylin Kunst 13th place. So Italians back to 5th. What does that mean for the overall leaderboard? Let me switch back to that. Sorry, that was the men's.
So the Italians in the lead.
Yep.
Grail and Kunz not too far behind. And two Danish teams, but not that Danish team that we've had so much to talk about, who are now down to 8th overall after those turns that they had to take on the start. What a disastrous day for Nielsen and Olsen.
Small group of boats heading out to the right-hand
Keep an
side
eye
here.
on Nielsen and Olsen making some gains up the beat here.
That's interesting. They look mid-fleet buried at the moment.
You're referring there to Nielsen and Olsen, are you?
Yep, that is Denmark too, in the middle of the fleet right here. They're getting lifted now. That's probably what Ben was speaking about. That should wash them past this big bunch of boats here on the left-hand side. Brazilians inside that bunch. Right.
And the Brazilians very close to that ley line now, and with not a lot of options, it's going to be very hard for Brazil to get back into the middle of the course without being sat on, without finding bad air in one way or another. Looks like Grail and Kunz are going to do your least favourite move, Marcus, and go all the way out to that ley line.
Yeah. No options left. The right-hand side looks pretty good, by the way. They're going high. Let's look at their speeds. 8.8 knots on that side. Let's look at some boats on the left-hand side. 8.7, not a difference there. 9.7, quite fast here, but that's a boat reaching off. Italians in the middle doing 8 knots, roughly. It's going to be a very, very exciting medal race in the 49er FX.
What's happening on the far right now with the Dutch?
They're looking good, Ben. Things are changing very quickly, but there's a bunch of 4 boats on the right-hand side of the course, including the Dutch that you're referring to, and it looks like things are coming good on the right-hand side of the course. Does that square with what you're seeing?
Yes, and it also squares with the amount of wind that's in now. Probably 18 to 20 now. It could be a wild ride downwind too.
Well, it's great that you're there. If you ever get a chance to send any more pictures from out on the water, that would be fantastic.
Yeah, the right-hand side looks very sweet there.
And hardly anyone there to take advantage of it. Just 4 boats got it all to themselves. The fleets got caught up on the left-hand side and a lot of traffic on the left, but the superior breeze and lots of it to go around for the boats that are on the right-hand side.
And Nielsen and Olsen climbing to 13th place, actually getting them somewhat back in contact with the podium. Not with a lead, but at least they're in touch with the podium. 12 points off. Well, that's a big ask for the medal race.
I don't know. I mean, 11 or 12 points to the lead. The way things are going, I think anything is doable. You just want to make sure that they don't look too much at their scores, that the coach doesn't show them their scores from the last few races, which are reading 13, 13, 16 and 13, a strong contrast with their string of race wins earlier on in the week. But the Danes are now 3rd, 4th and 5th overall. It's very, very close between all three Danish teams. So probably one of those Danes at least is going to get a medal. But at the front of the pack, it's the Brazilians and the Italians that are currently leading the charge going into this, halfway through this final race before we go into the medal race.
Let's look at the close approach here. What will the Italians do? Italians currently second place, almost tied on points with the Brazilians. So the battle is between the Italians and the Brazilians right here. The battle for the lead.
Brazilians have managed to get out of that left-hand corner quite well. They haven't broken your golden rule, or maybe they did a little bit, but they in the end they didn't overstand.
No, that was good. Good move. A slight lift would have gotten them towards the windward mark, but not over it. Italians have tacked on the ley line.
And there's quite a few less common names up the front of the fleet. Although Beckering and Dutz, we normally expect to be talking about them on a regular basis. They've not had a stellar regatta, but they're leading as they go around the top mark at the moment, ahead of Lutz and Boyka from Germany. And then France's Sébastien Bossard in third, and another German team, Herzog and Lawrence in fourth, and then Ireland's Brewster and Tidy. Ireland being one of those other nations that is looking for one of the spots for the Olympic Games, but probably even if they were to hold on to third place, it probably wouldn't be enough for them to secure one of the spots. They're probably going to have to see what else they can get between now and the Olympic Games next August or September to see if they can still secure a place for Ireland at the Olympic Games.
So the Italians managed to squeeze past, which brings them back in the overall lead. But not a good hoist, a little bit high, too high. Greylan Kunz's jibe away.
Okay, early jibe by the Brazilians. Probably not easy to do in these conditions. It's a short, sharp chop on the River Plate. Muddy brown waters, very challenging with the fine bows of the 49er, trying to keep the bows out, stop yourself nosediving. So pulling off an early jibe like that in choppy water, not always that easy.
Got a picture of the course. That's what it roughly looks like. Actually beautiful sailing conditions.
Marcus, I've just sent you another photo of the downwind. We've got one boat capsized now. And I also think it might be worth another shot at the nation table, as we've had both Ireland and Canada leapfrog Singapore and the United States. So that might be tightening up as well.
Yep, we have it on screen now, the live leaderboard.
Right, let's have a look at who the nations are vying for these places. It's still Argentina in 11th that's leading that race. Then in 14th, it's Singapore, 10 points ahead of Norway. So it looks like Singapore's going to get a place. How far away is Norway of the Irish? Only 6 points. So the Irish, they're doing very well in this race right now. They're in 5th in this race. Now, Norway are in danger of losing this spot to Ireland unless Norway can hang on to things as they are or even improve their position. And then we have Canada in 19th place with just a few points behind the Irish. So it's pretty close at the moment between Norway, Ireland and Canada for that last guaranteed Olympic spot.
Here's the picture that Ben spoke about. It doesn't look awfully windy and wavy. It's still fairly flat water. Maybe Ben can comment a little bit about the sea state. Is it rough? Is it any boat in danger of pitch poling? We've heard of one capsize. What's it like?
Well, we're now upwind of the 49er course at the very top of our sailing area. So it is a little flatter here for the Bearway, and it gets wavier and wavier the farther down we go. So the bottom of the 49er course is the waviest spot in the sailing area. We've only seen one capsize. That was from Sarah Stairs and Odd Campan of France 13. and everyone else looks to be heading safely downwind. So still well within the range of sailing capability.
So I've highlighted the current leaders in the overall leaderboard. It's Brazil, then in second place the Italians. I need to highlight them. Yep, they're highlighted, and that's the battle for the current lead. They're tied on points at the moment. Italians rounding ahead.
The leaders, Beckering and Dukes, they've done something very similar to what we commented on about Outridge and Jensen. They go round one mark, and then they immediately decide to tack and go back through the traffic to get out to the right-hand side. And maybe in the stronger breeze, they didn't want to do the extra jibe. Every jibe can be a little bit wobbly in these kind of conditions. Maybe they didn't want to risk the danger of a capsize, but tactically, it's a strange move, isn't it, Marcus?
Well, but they wanted to stay in control, maybe, of Lutz and Boyke heading out to the right-hand side, and they did that well. And other boats are tacking as well, so there must be some clear benefit on the right-hand side. Now, I've highlighted the podium places, the top 3 boats. They're really close together, and they're within 4 points at the moment, with the Danish pair, Denmark 71. Hansen and Saskov Iversen in third place currently. They would want to do some catching up if they want to make it to the front.
That was a bit of a shoddy rounding by the Italians. It wasn't a very tight rounding.
No, not at all. Not at all.
It doesn't look like it's going to hurt them too much.
No,
so they probably got away with it, but that wasn't ideal from them. It hurts you more if you go around the other mark and make a wide rounding, because then you've got the problem of tacking onto port and trying to get across the other boats behind you on starboard. But anyway, the Italians should be okay. What's probably more important is which side of this course is going to pay, because Italians' 2 chief rivals for the world title are both going out to the left right now.
Yep, but she lets them go.
So the Italians clearly like what they have on the right. Denmark and Brazil, seeing how the left goes. Who's going to win?
Interesting, very interesting split. Big header now. Big header now on the left-hand side.
And Ben was noting yesterday in the lighter winds, but it probably holds true for today as well. It's very difficult for the sailors to read the wind on the water. Reading this brown water is proving much, much more difficult than what people are used to. The blue waters of, say, the Mediterranean or many of the other places that the fleet sails. The brown water of the River Plate makes it unusually difficult to work out what the wind is doing.
I wonder.
Yeah, looking around today, you're not going to be able to pick up anything. There's no clouds in the sky. The water looks monotonous and white caps basically everywhere. So I think these guys are having to go by the boats they can see and what they feel.
But I wonder if there's sailors that might be more used to it. And I grew up at the Baltic Sea, and sometimes we have murky water like this, and there is still very subtle differences. And obviously, non-sailors, they don't, even on the best days, they wouldn't spot the differences in the wind speed. So it might be a question of practice after all, because there must be subtle differences in the light on the water surface. Looks like Denmark and Brazil on the left-hand side are doing all right.
But they are pointing quite close to sort of back over towards where the right-hand boats are. I don't know. No, I think you're right.
Let me get the trails back on, the boat tails.
Yeah, that helps. Yeah, no, you're right. It's a pretty good angle that they've got there.
Yeah, and it looks like they are sailing well past the Italians, which are currently dropping down the leaderboard. They're still in second, tied on points with Denmark 71. So they have some catching up to do here to stay in touch for the medal race. Grayling Kunze, the reigning world champion and sailors of the year are in a good position to go into the medal race as the leaders.
I keep on thinking about Nielsen and Olsen, who have led for so much of this regatta and just having some awful starts. And they give themselves an awful lot to do after a poor start. And then they chip away for the rest of the race and they pull back a few places and clearly have good boat speed. But it's such a shame for them that they make life so hard for themselves at the start.
Well, the series clearly fell apart today. If you look at the results today, 13, 13, 16, now in 15th place. They're definitely sailing beneath their skill set, I believe. And, you know, sometimes you start badly into a day and you get into awful mode and bad emotions keep washing up and it's difficult to break that pattern. It's something that you have to learn and maybe it's just a chain of bad luck they have today, but maybe they have some practice to do in terms of keeping their spirits up.
I don't think that last start was bad luck. I think they got their timing wrong. You actually called it pretty well, Marcus. You were concerned that they were a little
bit... Vicky. Guys, I'd just like to point out that, you know, as good as Nielsen, as we thought Nielsen and Olsen were going to be today in the breeze, I was equally worried about the Argentinians, Sol and Vicky, who are light air specialists, won the Pan Am Games in drifter conditions, but they're hanging in tight here, and they need to get that Olympic spot, sailing really well in the middle of the course.
Well, Ben, I don't think anyone's going to touch them for that Olympic spot. I think they are the runaway winners of the race for those Olympic berths. They're in 11th overall. As you say, they're having a good day today. They're having all their races inside the top 10 or just outside with an 11th in the previous race. So a very tidy set of scores, almost amongst the best set of scores of anyone today. So I don't think they need to worry about whether they're going to get an Olympic spot or not. But those that do, let's just remind you that behind Argentina in the race for Olympic berths at Singapore, now they look fairly secure as well. But behind them, it's Norway, who need to keep a close eye on the Irish, who are just 4 points behind them. And not totally out of it is Canada and USA, who also have chances. But at the moment, just to recap on that, at the moment, those 3 spots, it looks like it would go to Argentina, Singapore and Norway.
And by the way, the Brazilians have just borne away here after they were freed by Denmark 71, and they've tacked now, heading over to the left-hand side. They don't want to get onto the ley line too early. Again, same pattern as before, and the big question will be, can the Italians come in from the right-hand side? Oop, Brazilians bearing away. That's looking good for Italy on the right-hand side, and they're clawing back the lead in the overall leaderboard. It's just changing all the time. This is going to be a super exciting medal race with the first 4 within 10 points of each other.
That's exactly what we want to see, and we got lovely breeze, and the camera crews out there in Argentina are going to be getting some fantastic images with those clear skies today. But there's no mistaking where the horizon is in Buenos Aires, is there? You've got blue on top and you've got brown underneath.
All right. Looks like the Italians are going to squeeze in. And that means squeezing past in the overall leaderboard.
Well, these beats, they ebb and flow from side to side, don't they? Because those Italians really didn't look good 3 or 4 minutes ago. But they've played a patient game over on the right-hand side. And it does look like they could be coming in at the top mark ahead of the Danes and the Brazilians on the left.
Yep, they certainly do. And interesting how Brazil and Denmark got caught up with each other and they just let the Italians go. And they benefited from that, I think.
The Italians have benefited.
Yes, just you know, staying outside of that 2-boat battle and doing their own thing.
Well, they were a little more extreme. They probably took more risk tactically, the Italians, and well, they got away with it. Brazilians and the Danes stuck closely to each other and stuck more to the middle of the course, but it hasn't worked out for them. Beckering and Dutz up there at the front of this race, and there was another contest that Ben was telling us about earlier, and there is a strange scenario of the Netherlands got a spot for Rio 2016, but the Netherlands Olympic Committee imposes a further criteria, which is that you've got to finish in the top 8 of a World Championship. Now, I think we probably won't see another Dutch trial like this, but the Dutch have left themselves in a strange situation of the boat in 20th at the moment in this regatta, Kaiser and Blom being the one that's been selected for Rio 2016, but they look like they're not even going to come anywhere close to top 8.
And by the way, Beckering and Dutz, did you mention that they're up in 8th place at the moment, which was the cut that they needed to make, right?
That was exactly where I was leading, Marcus.
Yeah, sorry.
I mean, they haven't won their Netherlands trials, and yet they may still well displace the people that beat them in the Netherlands trials, because they'd be the only Dutch team that tick that criteria of getting into the top 8. So it's a very, very strange scenario. We have yet to find out from the Dutch Olympic Federation what's going to happen, if either of these teams are going to be sent. But certainly Beckering and Dutz winning this race at the moment, getting into the top 8. They're doing everything they can to say, we're the team that you should be sending. We're the team that deserves to go to Rio 2016.
And I said it earlier, it's a big ask to climb up to 8th place on today, but they're just about in there now before the medal race. So that's quite exciting. Back on top of the leaderboard, we've got Grael and Kunze with 64 points now, with a slight lead. Conti and Klepčić with 65 points, 1 point behind in second place, and just a few points behind Hansen and Southcroft Iversen with 69 points. A lot can happen there in the medal race. That's going to be super exciting. Very, very close from 4th to 6th place. A lot can happen there, and Beckering and Dutz, they want to stay top 8 in the medal race to come. But let's look at the last downwind, and if anything dramatic happens there, focusing onto Italy and Brazil. The lead changing there all the time. Can Brazil stay in that spot? Can they overtake the Italians? That's going to be an interesting battle we should focus on.
And no one is absolutely dominating here. It's great sport to see people able to attack and defend, and so many people still in contention. Haven't seen any real runaway standout performances, and interesting that Beckering and Dutz, that haven't really made much of an impact on this championship, have run away with this race. So there's growing depth in the 49er FX fleet.
By the way, this race, looking at the mark roundings, it's absolutely astounding that there is hardly any forwards and backwards movement. Beckering and Dutz, they stayed where they were. So the second place boat, only a slight change in positions on the third and the fourth. Super steady. It's unbelievable.
It is. I don't think that tells the full story of just how much things change in the course of a leg. I mean, I'm particularly surprised by the Italians with that list of 8s across the board.
But it definitely tells a story with regards to the importance of the start. You need to get out of the start well, and that's something that Idan, the Danish pair, didn't manage to do today.
Nielsen and Olsen, yes. Yeah. I mean, they've made small gains back. I mean, Nielsen and Olsen, they always make progress through the fleet, but maybe that's because they make such bad starts, and they're definitely sailing below their potential and using their skill and their boat speed to get themselves back up the race. But when you go around the first mark in 14th, you're very unlikely to put yourself in contention for a top 5 or top 6 in that race. So really wasted potential, it feels like, with that particular Danish boat.
The Italians climbing one valuable place, which gets them back in the lead over the Brazilians. Can the Brazilians do anything to catch one more boat? It's going to be an interesting cross coming up right here.
And who is that boat crossing? The orange, yeah, that one.
That is Nielsen and Olsen.
Yeah, so they've had a good recovery.
They had.
So, I mean, they have sailed very well in this race, except for the start. And bear in mind that they had to do a 360 turn off the start line after that incident with their fellow Danes, who they're right next to. So they've actually been the faster boat through the water, I would guess.
Let's look at the data. Yeah, 10.84 knots on average. Not a dramatic difference.
But they've sailed a little bit less distance. They've sailed 100 meters shorter distance. So Nielsen and Olsen have sailed a pretty smart race in their own way, just except for that start and how different things might have been. But very, very close between Brazil and Denmark 71, who are the boats now that we're tending to look at more for the likely winner of this championship. And once these next few boats have crossed, let's see how things line up, because now we know who the final 10 are for the medal race. And once all these boats have crossed, we can then definitively say which three nations have qualified for Rio 2016 from this regatta.
Right, let's switch over to the preliminary overall leaderboard before the medal race. This is very preliminary. We have to stress that there's no final official results in. I'm asking the scorer here, are there any results from race 13-14 confirmed yet? No, so this is very preliminary. We have to wait for confirmation. It's going to take a little while, but nevertheless, it's very interesting to see how close, based on the GPS tracking, the leading pack is. There's only 4 points between the leaders, which are actually tied on points, and the third place boat from Denmark. And Nielsen and Olsen clawed back to fourth place, and they're still in touch. They're still in touch with the podium and with a great medal race where they can get it all back together. They could still, theoretically, they could still become world champion. And what a terrible day they had. I mean, that is interesting that they could still make it.
Yeah. Well, no one's really been starring, have they? I mean, you look at the scores of the top few boats, and no one is running away with the day. Everyone's having a piece of the front of these races. Beckering and Dutz a race winner. The Schütz sisters, we didn't watch that race because we were watching the 49er men. We've hardly mentioned the Schütz sisters, but they won the race before the one we just saw. And then another Danish team, Hansen and Iversen, won the first race of the day. So the skill is pretty evenly spread around the top of this fleet right now.
So we should get some info from Ben off the water, what's going to happen with regards to the medal races. We will look also at the results of well, actually, I think the last race of the 49er is still happening, and I think we should switch over to that and have a look at how they're doing in their final race. Ben, are you on the course of the 49ers? Looks like he's dropped out. I'll get him back in a minute.
So we're at what stage of the race? We are, 6 minutes into this race, are we?
Yep, we're on the first upwind of race 15. And let's look at our favorites. How are the Spanish doing? Let's highlight Burling and Tuke. They're on the left-hand side. Spanish are nowhere near the top. They're down in 12th position at the moment. But interesting cross coming up here on the left-hand side.
One team that's having a good day is another Spanish team, Botín and Lopez, fourth and third in the previous two races, up near the front of this fleet, of this particular race. So the Spanish, Botín and Lopez, doing particularly well. Pink and Bithell having a pretty good race as well. They're up at amongst the front few. And the Japanese also doing well in this race at the moment. But the Alonso's having a pretty ordinary day all round. The Kiwis, by their standards, a fairly ordinary day, but they're just doing a little bit better each race than the Spanish. And increasingly, it's looking like Burling and Chuk are going to wrap this world title up pretty comfortably, maybe even before the medal race.
We can look at the preliminary leaderboard. It's 59 points on them at the moment. Yes, that's looking like a very comfortable lead. It could get bigger. It is getting bigger. This could be the deciding race for the world title for them. Highland Plössl back on the podium, tied with Auderich and Jensen. And Highland Plössl got a lot of room to go forward because they're in 16th place. So let's have a look at how they're doing. Pretty much down fleet here.
And looks like both sides of the beat are working. There's no clear-cut side at the moment. Burling in clear air.
Yeah, beautiful spot. Can they cross here ahead of the other Spanish team, or do they have to go behind? They have to go behind. They don't mind doing that. Oh, there's a chain of boats coming now that they might have to pass.
Yeah, so not ideal, but probably one of the better positions we've seen them in. We haven't seen them enjoy much clear air today. And they've got their main rivals for the title. Not that they're that close anymore, tucked away just to the right of them. And so everything tactically is working quite well for the Kiwis. The Kiwis, I'm sure, have been made aware of the fact that the Spanish are the only real contenders left. And even them, only with a very outside chance of taking this world title away from them. The Kiwis tacked just to leeward of another boat, of orange boat. Could be I'm not sure who, the Argentinians. I'm not sure which boat that is, but who's going around in the lead, Marcus?
That is, let me scroll back up. That's Pink and Bissell.
Okay.
Or Botin and Lopez. Let's highlight that. No, it's Pink and Bissell.
Okay. So the Brits, Pink and Bithell, they've been having a good day today. Second in the previous race and getting themselves up into 7th overall. And they are probably in a battle for Olympic selection, or it will be part of their considerations for Olympic selection, but the Brits don't reveal exactly what their selection process is. But all that Pink and Bithell will care about is that they're doing well in this race and that they are ahead in this race and in the overall standings of their main rival for selection, which is Dylan Fletcher and Alan Syme in 6th in this race and 10th overall.
Crucial mark rounding for the German boat here, which decides to jibe set. Maybe a good spot to put a jibe set in to break away from the fleet that is ahead.
So let's see how that works out. We were surprised to see just how little place changing went on in that women's race just now, how where you round the top mark pretty much determines where you cross the finish line. It makes you wonder why people bother, doesn't it, Marcus? Why not just finish the race at the top of the course and be done with it?
Yeah, right. If it were that easy. Yeah, interesting move by the Germans. They're rolling the boat ahead of them. That was ahead of them, that jibed ahead of them.
And that was the Spanish. So the boat that's just ahead of them in the overall standings. Well, I say just ahead of them. There's still a bit of a gap, but it's it's not insurmountable. You know, the Germans are, I would say, very much in contention for the silver medal, and so to have just rolled the people that are in silver medal position. Sorry, no, I'm mixing them up with another boat. What the silver medalists are? Sorry, the Spanish ESP46 are squarely behind the Germans right now
in this race.
In this
yeah,
race,
in the overall leaderboard, they're like still 7 points ahead. Highland Plössl having a good day here. If they can do a bit more catching up, they actually have a chance of becoming second at the Worlds, with currently 7 points behind. So still a very open and interesting medal race, apart from the fact that the Kiwis again have probably won before the final race.
Highland Plössl, they often seem to have battles with Autrich and Jensen for medals. That seems to have been a theme of the last few years. That's not a bad place to be, is it?
No. Battling with the legends.
Yeah. And the Langer brothers, they're in 5th overall. And let's just update on the battle for Olympic berths in the men's. We've talked about that in the women's. And leading the race for the women's berths was Argentina. Well, in the case of the men, it's the Germans, Highland Plössl, who have yet to qualify the nation. So they have absolutely got that in the bag. I can't see anyone taking that away from Germany. And as someone who represented Germany twice in the 49er at the Olympics, you'll be pleased about that, Marcus.
Yeah, I mean, obviously that's the most important thing to go there at all if you want to achieve anything. So yeah, there's fairly strict national criteria that you also have to meet. I think they would take that box with this regatta, and they would go into the lead at the national qualification. So they're having a really good day here. Even though, having said that, heading out to the right-hand side here hasn't paid off a whole lot so far. They're around at 12th, they're in 11th, and they're in a tricky place here, crossing over to the gate now. But it looks like there's not too many boats coming in. They jibed quite early, so they can't claim inside room on the right-hand mark. This could still end up ugly for them. Now, what are they going to do with the boat that's coming in here? The Japanese, do they go behind? Yep, they go behind. And will they be able to cross here? That's going to be a very important rounding for them if they want to stay in touch with the silver medal. And also for the Spanish boat in second place overall, the Alonso brothers, this is going to be a crucial mark rounding. And there is some difficult rule situations coming up here. Can they jibe early? Well, they're going through, and they forced someone to jibe, and I wonder if that looked interesting, to say the least. I wonder if they jibed on top. They forced a jibe there, right? That's what it looked like.
It could well be. This is the trickiest part of a 49er race, isn't it? I mean, there's so much for the mind and body to compute all at once. Just look at the complexity of everything that you have to do. Which mark you're going to go around? I mean, it's a crew's nightmare, because generally the helm doesn't always know until the very last moment which mark you're going to go around in those really tricky traffic situations.
Let's highlight Autrich and Jensen, because they're in contention for the podium. Currently 3 points behind Highland Plössl, so that battle is surely going to be interesting. Germans heading out to the left, covered by Autrich and Jensen. Pinkenbithel, Burling and Hughes safe on the right-hand side. Pinkenbithel safe lead.
And Pinkenbithel, they have an outside shot at a medal the way they're going at the moment. So this medal race, I don't think there's much doubt about who's going to get the gold medal at this championship now. I really can't see that going any way other than to New Zealand.
No.
I think the battle for silver, that's no longer wrapped up by the Spanish. I think the Spanish really have to look over their shoulder quite carefully in the medal race now, because Germany and Australia are breathing down their necks, and Argentina, Great Britain, and Spain still have outside chances. When I say Spain, another Spanish team, Botín and Lopez, in second in this race at the moment. And let me just come back to the battle for Olympic berths. We established that Germany is going to take the first of those slots unless things change dramatically. The Langer brothers from Argentina are in fifth overall. They will get one of those spots. And then Poland, represented by Przbytek and Koleszycki, it looks like that team is going to secure the third berth for Poland. And then just outside, the Croatians, if they don't get one on this occasion, maybe they're going to have to hold out to see what scraps are thrown their way, and maybe there's still a chance of Croatia being able to qualify for the Olympics, but it doesn't look like it's going to come from this event here in Buenos Aires. And then you have to go some way further down to look for the Belgian and the Japanese teams that certainly aren't going to get a spot from this regatta.
Germans heading out far to the left. The mark is positioned a little bit left of the wind. So actually Germans and Berling and Tuke are in the middle of the course at this point in time. Course is slightly skewed.
You think that would be a good time for Germany to go?
To tack?
Yeah. No, you think
no big shifts in the I can't detect any big shifts in the tails at the moment. Just here in the middle, bend to the left. I think this boat is just reaching. The Japanese boat, they probably love to reach.
You didn't like to reach, did you, Marcus?
Nah, yeah, it was pitching.
Yeah.
But not always.
Well, Berling and Tuke, they certainly seem to want to carry pretty far out to that side of the fleet as well.
Yeah.
So the Germans are in good company going that way, but the bulk of the fleet is very much to their right now.
Germans would make their life a lot easier if they caught up 3, 4, 5 places in the remainder of this race in order to have a better chance to win a silver medal this afternoon in the medal races.
Marcus, I just want to check, have we got Ben on the line? Because I see there was a message from him a few minutes ago to call him back, because we've got him on an Argentinian number.
Yeah, I would need to end this call in order to get him back in, and I think we're going to watch the end of this race and then get him back in. We take a little break and get him back in for the medal races.
Okay, great. Well, at the moment it's still Pink and Bithell nominally in the lead, but it looks like one of the boats on the right-hand side, I don't know if it's the Aussies or the Spanish, maybe it's the Aussies on the far right, look like they might be threatening for the lead. Phillips and Phillips.
Yep. Well, they're getting headed at the moment. Slight bend to the left in their trail.
Yeah. So Pink and Bithell, the red trace in the middle of the screen, doing a pretty good job of keeping themselves in the middle of the course and in the middle of the center of gravity of the fleet.
The Aussies, Aldridge and Jensen, 10 points behind the Spanish. They will try to edge a little bit, well, obviously, a little bit more to the front to have a better position in the medal race. But 10 points is still possible. That's 5 place differences in the medal race.
Now, Jonas Worra, Anders Thompson, there's a name that we haven't had a lot to say about this week, but they are in the top 3.
Yep. Currently covering the Australians.
Olympic champion from 2008. sailing with Anders Thompson. Not sure if their selections have been made already, but they would be the standout candidate to represent Denmark in 2016. Denmark's won Olympic medals in the 49er at the last 2 Olympic Games. It's won a gold and a bronze. So the Danes generally very good in the skiff class, and I'm sure that's a big part of the reason why they're so good in the FX. I think there's been a really good transfer of knowledge and experience from the men. They've had a strong men's fleet in the 49er, and I'm sure that's helped the women get as good as they are in the first 3 years of the 49er FX class as an Olympic class.
Germany in a sticky spot here with the boat to windward of them, but it looks like they can squeeze them off. That's Lange brothers.
And the Lange brothers, they're sons of a 2-time, I think, Olympic medalist in the Tornado.
Santiago Lange.
Yes, America's Cup sailor as well. And we've got 2 Grails in the fleet. We've got Marco Grail in the 49ers, and we've got Martina Grail vying for another world championship in the 49er FX. So there's some dynasties in this fleet as well. There are sailors benefiting from the experience of having Olympic medal-winning knowledge in their families. That's got to help, hasn't it?
Oh, absolutely. Must help a lot. If you can speak about excellence in your sport at the dinner table, it just makes a big difference. Oh, look, the Germans have fallen behind, actually, the Lange brothers, being rolled by them.
And the Lange brothers getting across the front of a starboard tacker, and the Germans having to go just behind. So now squarely in the bad air of the Argentinians. So that's not good news for the Germans there.
No, it's closing the gap towards Auderich and Jensen, just 3 points now. Got to be careful there. Auderich and Jensen still in touch with 2 boats ahead of them.
And the Lange brothers are within attacking distance as well when they go into this medal race. So the fact they just overtook Harlem Plussel, well, that's 2 points when you overtake one of your rivals that could go either way. And so that was a little victory that could prove important. We'll have to see how the medal race pans out, but certainly good bragging rights there for the Lange brothers being able to roll the Germans. And as we so often see, when a boat gets in the lead, it tends to stay in the lead, and that seems to be the case for Pink and Bithell, still leading this race with Australian brothers, the Phillips, in second at the moment. Denmark's Warra and Thompson in third, Spain's Botín and Lopez in fourth, and Australia's Outridge and Jensen in fifth in this race.
Spain 4-6. The Alonso brothers not exactly shining in this race. Down.
No, they still, if they can hold on to their current position, they'd still go in with an 8-point lead on the Germans. So that's 4 places. So they've still got a pretty nice buffer, but they don't seem to be enjoying these conditions.
Pretty impressive that they're still in the top with a 20th, a 20th, and a 17th in those last races. They really chewed up their the headway they had.
Yes, they have. It seems like they really enjoyed the lighter winds earlier on this week, and they had pretty much all their scores inside the top 10, and now they can barely break the top 20 when the breeze is up.
Yeah. They are shorter and probably lighter. I don't know their weight, but yeah, that seems to be the problem.
Whereas Burling and Chuk, they still seem to be able to get some good scores in the light. They just don't seem to have any weaknesses. They're not one breeze wonders. Burling and Chuk are anybody's match in any conditions. And I think Highland Plussel, they're pretty good across the wind range, aren't they?
Yep. I think yeah, they had for a long time, they had a light wind weakness, but I think they got that under control. Um, for a while, they were struggling with survival conditions, but they trained hard to solve that, and I think now they're pretty consistent. So that's the final run of this World Championship of the Gold Fleet Racing, and we're going to be in for some exciting medal racing, especially with the women, but also the medals, the silver, bronze medals are going to be decided in the medal race. It's very close, 10 points from second to fourth place, so a lot can happen there, and especially with the women, we're going to be looking forward for an exciting medal race to come.
And what's made it even more exciting is, unfortunately for Nielsen and Olsen, the Danish team, is that they've just had such an awful day, really terrible starts, and they're still in contention, but this is one that really got away, I think, in the 49er FX fleet. They looked like they were going to be as dominant as Burling and Chukin have been in the 49er, but it hasn't proved to be the case. So that's a race win for Pink and Bithell. Very useful for them, putting them up into 6th overall, and just a fraction of a point behind the Langer brothers, and it also depends on where the Langer brothers finish. But certainly what it means is that Pink and Bithell have a chance of being able to win a medal.
Oh, look at the downwind. Sorry to interrupt, but look at the downwind of Highland Plüssel, who are climbing up to 9th place here. Can they hold that?
Let's have a look. It's going to be...
Oh, they're dropping back down.
They get busy as they converge down here. Phillips from Australia safely across in 2nd. Warren Thompson in 3rd. Outridge Jensen in 4th. Botín Lopez from Spain in 5th. And Fletcher and Sign from Great Britain in 6th. Ireland, Seaton and McGovern in 7th. And Burling and Chuk in 8th. Just behind is the Langer brothers, and the Langers have managed to get the poles, Janisevsky and Novak, between them and Highland Plüssel.
And let's see whether the Spanish can do anything about the points gap. They're still down in 17th place. Can they gain one more point maybe? Push this down a little bit. Here they are. Can they sail past one of these boats? That is the Italian boat. They're ahead of them in the leaderboard. Nope. Currently can't see them in the Italy 44. Yep, they're ahead. If they would get them, that would be 1 point for them. But no, they're jiving behind. They can't sail past them. So
that's been a pretty awful race for the Alonsos there.
Yeah, absolutely. But they're still in 2nd place. So let's look at the overall results from the men. We've got a world champion, Burling and Chuk. Not exactly le grand surprise. It looked closer for a while, at least, but well-deserved win, as consistent as they are. I think they've sailed outside the top 10 3 times in 15 races. That's an amazingly consistent performance. And with 91 points, the Alonsos, after a terrible day, still in 2nd place. And Outridge and Jensen have just climbed past. Is that true? Has that just happened?
Yeah, I think that's right.
Wow. Then they had a good last downwind. Let's extend this race.
Oh no, actually no. I think you're right. I think that's right. I think Outridge and Jensen were in 4th in that race. I'm pretty sure that's right. I mean, just look at the difference in scores between the Australians and the Spanish just above them.
Yeah, what a day they had.
And that's what it is. I mean, so it's pretty much, it's almost who beats who between those two. And the way things are going, the Alonsos don't seem to have the measure of these conditions, do they? So
no, It's going to be an interesting battle anyway in the medal race for the silver medal. Very interesting. And let's go down the leaderboard. The Lange brothers in 5th place. That was an important result for them for their Olympic qualification. Pink and Bithell in 6th. Who didn't make the cut for the medal race? Oh, the Croatians might have dropped out. Bear in mind, these are not official results. We're going to get them corrected as soon as possible.
But unfortunately for the Croatians, Kostov and Kupac, that 11th place, it means they're not going to get the medal race. They've missed that cut, and they've missed the cut for Rio 2016. Doesn't mean to say that there aren't other opportunities further down the line, but this one was a really good opportunity for Croatia to get one of those medal spots. But now that the medal race is decided, barring any last-minute changes, which will be settled on the water by the jury in the next few minutes, but assuming that doesn't happen, the countries that now know they're going to Rio 2016 are Argentina, Germany, and Poland.
All right, let's look at the leaderboard of the FX, which is official. Official before protests, obviously, but that's the official finishing positions. And look how close it is. Grelin Kunze in 1st place with 65 points. Conti and Klepčić in 2nd place, also 65 points. And Hansen and Salskov Iversen in 3rd place with 69 points. Nielsen and Olsen still in touch with the podium, I'd say.
I'd say so, yeah. 11 points on a double point counter. So the winner gets 2 points, 2nd place gets 4 points, and then 10th gets 20 points. So they could still win these World Championships.
And fairly close behind that as well. You know, even the Schutt sisters have a chance of climbing the podium and you know, very unlikely, but possibly even winning. So it's going to be a super exciting medal race coming up. Who didn't make the cut? The Argentinians didn't, probably. Yeah, with 1 point.
But maybe they are still first qualifier for one of the Olympic spots, so that's their own victory there. And Ben Ramoka was saying earlier that he thought they were maybe light wind wonders, but they've actually had a really good day in strong winds. And it looks like Singapore has secured one of those places. And does that mean that Ireland has had a fantastic finish to their regatta, and Brewster and Tidy have, just by the skin of their teeth, taken that 3rd Olympic berth? It looks to me that they've displaced Norway, Canada, and USA, and it's Ireland that gets the 3rd of those guaranteed spots. So they will be celebrating big tonight.
All right. Before we find out who's going to win the title and the medals in the upcoming medal race, we're going to take a little break and come back as soon as possible with Ben Ramoka off the water. And we're looking forward for those last final races. Andy, anything to add?
No, just make sure that you join us very shortly to see the final outcome. Who's going to get the silver and bronze medals in the 49er men, and who is going to win the world title in the 49er FX, because that remains wide open.
Thanks, Bernie. We're good.
Welcome back to our coverage of the final day of the 49er World Championships in Buenos Aires. My name is Andy Rice, and I'm speaking with Marcus Bauer and Ben Ramoka, with Ben being on the water, just about to witness the medal races for the men and the women, the top 10 in each division. Ben, what's the scenario? What's the breeze? And what are you expecting?
I'm here on the water. We've got all 10 boats sitting with their coaches and preparing themselves for this race. The wind is down a little bit from what we raced in earlier, probably 12 knots, still solid across the course. There's also an incredible amount of chop out here right now. The local Argentinians certainly enjoy the weekend opportunity to get out and use their boats, and there are about 500 boats going up and down reasonably close to the race course, making some waves. So that'll add to the challenge.
Yeah, so a little bit like an Olympic Games in that sense. It's one of the challenges of anything where there's a lot of media interest. So I guess it's still valid to have that kind of chop. And we're talking about the 49er women, the 49er FX women racing in about half an hour from now, aren't we? It's going to take place at about 3:30 local time in Buenos Aires.
Yes, the race committee are on station. The course is set up, and they've told us they're aiming for 1/2
Marcus Bauer in Germany, you have your hands on the SAP analytics. Tell us about these top 10. Tell us about the scenario. Who's looking like the likely winner?
Well, we don't have a likely winner in the 49er FX at all. If we look at the points after 15 races, we have the reigning world champion Grail Kunz with 65 points, tied with Conti and Klapčić from Italy, also on 65 points, and only 4 points behind the Danish pair Hansen and Salskov Iversen with 69 points, and still in the reach of the podium, another 7 points behind is Ida Nielsen and her crew Olsen, who had a tremendously great regatta with a chain of first places that were almost unseen of in the 49er FX class until today, really, where the tires came off this morning, but an 11th place kept them in contention, and maybe they can take it all back in this final medal race, which will be super exciting to watch because it's so close with the girls. Also behind the British pair Dobson and Ainsworth, tied on points with 4th place. The Schütz sister only another 2 points behind. So it's all really, really close. Spanish team in the mix, Dutch team which want to stay in 8th place, which Ben told us is a Olympic qualification criteria. Maybe Ben, you can comment on that a little bit more. And then also Maloney and Meach in 9th place, and Steyart and Compon in 10th place.
Well, Ben, tell us what happened in the protest room just now, because of course we also know more about which teams have secured their nation spot for Rio 2016.
There were 2 protests. One of them was a spectator boat incident that was dismissed, a request for redress in the 49er, leaving just the one protest in 49er FX of consequence. Both the Canadians and Irish were shooting for nation qualifying spots, and the Canadians protested and subsequently had disqualified the Irish from the first race of today. It was a jibing too close, port starboard type incident. And the Irish were disqualified, moving them from the 3rd nation position down to the 5th nation position, and moving the Canadians up from 4th nation to 3rd nation, and securing them a trip to the Olympics.
And so for the likes of the Irish that have just missed out, and those other nations that were going for those places, what opportunities, if any, remain for them to be able to go to Rio 2016?
Well, the Irish, to be honest, are still in a very good place. We believe that the 4th place nation, who's Norway right now, will earn a spot at the Olympics when no teams other than Australia and New Zealand show up for the Oceania Continental Qualifier in 2 weeks from now at the Sailing World Cup Melbourne. That leaves the Irish looking to pick up the African continental spot. But for that, they're going to have to wait all the way till Palma, which is the dual African and European continental qualifier. And we believe that no African teams will register for that event. And come the first day of that event, the Irish will be granted that nation spot.
So as a Canadian, you must be very happy that even under controversial circumstances, Canada managed to grab that last spot.
Well, I'm always pleased for my countrymen to see them have success, but I'm got a vested interest in everyone out here, so that's a little bit different. The Canadians had a bit of duress recently. Their coach, Mark Asquith, jumped ship and abandoned the Canadian team and went off to coach Great Britain. Well, not quite abandoned, actually. He's done a good job of allowing the Canadians to continue training with Dobson and Ainsworth from now until the games. So they're going to form a partnership, actually, and Dobson and Ainsworth, we see them in fourth place here. So it's actually a pretty good opportunity for the Canadians. So that only happened about 3 weeks ago, and it was a bit of a shakeup. So for that team to bounce back and qualify here, they'll be thrilled.
So Mark Asquith, very good 49er sailor in his day, won medals at World Championships. He's been tasked with getting Dobson and Ainsworth, the British team, up into medal-winning form. Is that why he's there?
I couldn't comment completely on his scope, but yes, I think that's fair to surmise.
Yeah. Okay. Well, they seem to be doing well so far.
Well, it would be a new objective, Andy, for the British squad to not win medals.
Well, that's true. We do expect our people to win medals, but they've not been coming that easily in 49ers in recent years. So for the sake of Dobson and Ainsworth and Mark Asquith, an old friend of mine from 49er sailing, I wish them well. And I hope, even if he has abandoned the Canadians, that he brings his magic touch to the British girls.
It is within reach. We're talking about 7 points with... Hansen and Salskov, Iversen and Nielsen Olsen are having a bad race. There is a chance that they could climb on the podium.
And so, we often see these kind of last-minute flurries of protests when things really count like that. And it's a shame it has to happen that way. But anyway, that's part of our sport. Marcus, have you been caught up in those last day protests like that?
Really, I think during my time I did nothing more than like 3 protests. I think I only filed probably two myself, and I got protested a couple of times. But I really tried to stay away from the protest room, especially on the last days.
Now, the Singaporean team qualifying in the FX, I'm thinking, you might be able to correct me on this, and maybe Ben can, but have we ever had a Singaporean team at the Olympics in the 49
Not
before?
that I know, no, not that I know. And it's only fair that it happens because Singapore has started a strong sailing program a few years ago, quite intense, and it's good to see that that's bearing fruits.
They've always been very strong, always, but certainly in the last 10 years in the Optimist class in particular at youth level, they've been very strong. But carrying that through to senior level, it hasn't been that easy. And it's good to see that there are signs of that finally coming good for them.
Yeah, absolutely. Hey, Annie, shall we look at the 49er results, the men a bit more? I think we've got some time until, I think it's 20 minutes more till the start of the women's FX race.
Well, let's do that. And
can I just ask one question here about the FX results before we switch over?
Yes, go ahead.
I'm not 100% with the Dutch, whether they need to be top 8 or top 6, but so how close are the Dutch to moving to the
No
6th
chance for top
spot?
6. It's more than 20 points they're behind.
Okay, so let's hope for their sake it's top 8. Of course, just reminding everyone that the Dutch team in this medal race isn't the team that really needs to get a position. It's actually the team of Kaiser Blom who needs to be top 8. But just for these girls, Beckering and Deutsch, it's their sort of last chance at getting in, as if they can make the country spot and the others can't.
Top 6 is a pretty strong ask, isn't it?
I think I've heard about top 8 before, Ben. I think you were right in thinking it's top 8. Let's hope for their sake that it is. It's a very, very strange scenario. We probably haven't got time to go into it right now. We did do earlier on today, and maybe we can revisit it if we have time. I think probably we've got too much to talk about in this medal race coming up in the FXs. Things are a little bit more straightforward in the men, in that when we go to the men's results, there's one very obvious thing that we should acknowledge, which is that Pete Burling and Blair Tuke are the world champions for the third time in a row. And Ben, just tell us now, how long does this take their winning streak up to since London 2012, almost 3.5 years ago?
The streak is up to 22 wins in a row now in 49er competition, which so the third world championship ties them for Chris Nicholson. There was a couple teams that have won 2 in a row, but no one else won 3 in a row. Nathan Outteridge being interrupted by Iker Martinez. But the 22 overall victories in a row, only 2 of which you'd call minor events. There were 2 Sail Aucklands, which I suppose wouldn't really count. But that does leave the other 20, which were in real competition.
So, 3 world championships. How many has Nathan won? Nathan Outteridge has won 3, has he? But not consecutively. Or has he won?
I believe Nathan. I think he's won 4. He won 2008, 9, 11, and 12.
Okay. Yeah. So Pete Burling closing in on that. I'm sure he has another world championship in him.
And there is almost a 30-point lead going into this medal race. For those who don't know the rules in that detail, they still have to sail the medal race. It's part of the rules. They have to take part, but the result really doesn't matter unless they would get a non-discardable result, which you only get when you beat up the media presence or something like that, which has rarely happened. Let's put it that way. But it is absolutely impressive. I think a lot of people who look at the sailsport for the first time think, well, this must be all up to luck. And it is true that it is hard to win a chain of regattas and be super consistent in sailing. But in a class like the 49er class, or to speak more generally, in Olympic classes, the level is so high that it's almost impossible. And what Burling and Tuke have pulled off in the past 3 years is almost beyond comprehension, probably for the whole fleet that follows them, because they're trying really, really hard. I think Alonso's, they've been in the 49er for more than 10 years. And it's just unbelievable what they've pulled off.
And they've done it with a new boat, we believe. So if they've come here with a new boat, managed to put it together in time and get it tuned up, it gives the lie to the view that sometimes people think maybe they've got a technology advantage, maybe they've really specialised their kit in some way. It seems like Burling and Tuke's advantage comes no matter what they're using. The boat's still important, but to be able to turn up at a world championship and use a new boat for the first time and to win by that margin is pretty special. But going into the day, it was very close on points with the Alonso brothers, the guys that I was just referring to. They've often seemed like the journeymen of the 49er class, always in the shadow of Iker Martinez and Xabi Fernandez, who won multiple world championships and Olympic medals. But going up to the beginning of today, they looked like they had a real shot at winning this world title, but the stronger wins that we had earlier this afternoon really didn't work to their favour.
Yeah, the Alonsos are a couple of the classiest guys in the fleet. They've been around forever, always courteous and considerate. I don't think you'd find a single person in the fleet after racing against them for 10 years who would have a bad thing to say about them. And I would just like to add a personal note that I kind of became friends with them back in my first World Championship, which was 2004. We were all down in Bronze Fleet, and Gordon and I managed to win the Bronze Fleet, but the Alonsos were third in that one, and we all got a couple photos together from over a decade ago. And here they are now, standing on a different set of podium, or have the potential to stand on a different podium for the first time in their career. So it's been a long charge for these guys, and they've got to be the underdog favorite.
Wow, what a fantastic story of perseverance, and a great lesson there that you keep on plugging away. You can pull yourself out of bronze fleet, through silver, and right up into the top echelons of gold if you keep on working at it. I would imagine, Ben, that they are quite happy that the breeze has gone down a little bit since earlier, because their results do seem to be quite breeze dependent.
It's not that light, so I think that would be a stretch. It's still definitely double-digit sailing here. I talked to them last night, and I sort of tried to goad them into saying, "Oh, we're going to try and take on Burling and Tuke," and there was no chance they were going to go there. They came out, or they told me they were just going to sail Gold Fleet races as best they could, and let the chips fall where they may. They might be the least experienced medal racers in this group. Because a lot of their success, or a lot of their top tens, came before the medal race was a thing. So I don't know what their attitude's going to be, but based on what I've seen from them, I think they're just going to try and sail a normal race and see what happens.
Well, they've got the reigning Olympic champions breathing down their necks, Nathan Outridge and Ian Jensen. They seem to be coming on strong towards the end of this regatta.
And by the way, but maybe Ben can comment on that. They were a bit sick. Their coach Ahmed Lazic told me that Ian was sick at the beginning of the week, and the performance they've put together in the finals, really, apart from the first race of the final, is very, very impressive. It's actually better than what we've seen from Burling and Tuke.
Yeah, I mean, Ian, it's true, he was ill. He on the second day of qualifying, he had to be ferried in and out to his boat. Nathan sailed the boat by himself, and Emmett, the coach, brought Ian out to the race course, and it took Ian in immediately following the racing. More than a couple of people commented that it was amazing they were able to get around the course at all that day. A testament to Ian. Ian's a real strong, tough guy, and he really pulled through for the team that day. I'm guessing he's feeling really close to 100% now. It's been 3 days since then, and the two they really looked on it today. They were tuning up a little bit more than everyone in between races. They were getting their settings right. They looked a lot more confident, and with the boat speed that they had, they were able to sail the style racing we saw them dominate with from 2008 to 2012. Nathan made no bones about it. He was determined to take some time off following the last Olympics and pursue other things. He certainly got into his moths pretty hard in the America's Cup, and he called it the off season. And then come 2014 Santander, that was kind of the turning point for him as a team, in that they would then rededicate themselves to Olympic sailing. Now, how much does Artemis duties allow him to do that is another question. But if he can pull off days like today, he's back in the game.
Well, look at their scores as well, Marcus, because if you look at their scores in finals racing only, they have absolutely dominated the finals of this regatta. They just haven't been able to make up the lost ground from the qualifiers when Ian Jensen was feeling below par and feeling ill. But not even Pete Burling and Blair Tuke can match their kind of consistency in the finals.
Yeah. That's what I thought when I looked at the leaderboard just now. It's very, very impressive.
So, in a way, they might wonder what they might have been able to achieve. Would this have been a regatta where they really could have taken the fight to Burling and Tuke and beaten them for the first time in 3 years if Ian Jensen had been on song? But they're going to have to wait for another championship. Fortunately for them, they don't have to wait too long, because we've got another 49er World Championship just round the corner, a little bit further up the coast in Florida. And it's only about 3 months from now, isn't it, Ben? Tell us, why is it so soon after this one?
Yeah, we've got the Clearwater World Championship 2016. That's mid-February, so under 3 months from now. The Olympic calendar is a little bit skewed from that regard, just because of Olympic qualifying. But there was a couple strategic factors the class put into effect, and that's why you're seeing the results the regatta is scheduled as they are. This regatta, the one we're at, is an Olympic qualifier, and ISAF moved the schedule of qualifying quite a bit forward of what's been typical, as in earlier in the quadrennial, and we wanted to make sure that all the teams got as much chance to improve and really train as much as they could before they had to qualify in what is the last Open Championship here. So that's why we moved to the World so late in the year of 2015. And then in 2016, there just isn't very much window. We have European World Cups to schedule around, and then the Olympics by mid-year. So we decided to try and ease the shipping burden on the guys by going up to Clearwater straight after the Miami World Cup, and then across to Palma, and then to our Europeans in Barcelona on their way to here. So a couple venues that are really just a middle point for their transit already.
Ben, just update us on what the status is with racing. Are we still looking like we're going to be going into a 49er FX medal race in the next 10 minutes or so?
Yeah, everything still looks good right now. I can see the girls are starting to tune up. The Dutch and the Spanish are going upwind, as are Martine Grail, Brazilians, and Dobson Ainsworth, the British. So things are getting tuned up, ready to race.
Did you get a chance to speak to any of the top girls teams while you were ashore just now? Get any sense of who had their game face on?
Well, I wasn't chatting with them directly, but I was standing adjacent to Martine Grail, who's sitting with her father and her coach. So her father, Torben Grail, the multi-Olympic and world champion and Volvo Ocean Race champion. So they were having a quiet chat, getting the game face on. Those girls are really cool. I don't imagine, or they've been in this situation a few times and they don't mind the hearts beating. So the nerves will be up, but they've got plenty of experience in handling them.
Conti and Klapsic on equal points going into the final race. The European champions from early this year in Portugal, they really seem to be coming on strong, don't they?
Well, they were really strong to start the quad, but never managed to really pull some results together. But certainly more recently, they've been looking excellent. The win in Porto was their first, and well earned, and they're showing that they're in the game.
And you would expect the Danes, with 3 teams in the top 6, to come away with more than a bronze medal, wouldn't you? That's all they'd be in line for if things were to stop right now. But with the strength that they've got, you would expect them to get more than just 1 bronze medal.
Yeah, as strong as the Danes are, they've had trouble closing out events. Certainly the Schutte sisters have been in contention for at least 12 months now and haven't pulled down a lot of hardware yet. Eden Marie have had 2 European championship wins, but they lost the medal race against Martine in 2014 Santander, and haven't had the same sort of swagger that they had in the first couple of years of racing. And Katja Everson and Jenna Hansen, they've always been in the mix, but closer to, or more consistently, 4th to 6th and on the podium as well. So while the Danes are strong, and certainly have had dominant periods of regattas, they haven't had a ton of hardware, or as much as they maybe deserve. And I can just say now that we've got the flags up, we've got the yellow flag up, so we're in sequence.
And do you think that the medal race requires a different mentality? Is that part of the problem? Does it require a more attacking mentality than the more conservative defensive style of sailing a long series?
I'm just going to stay quiet for a little bit. There are so many spectator boats out here that I'm just going to have to do a little navigation. So chat with Marcus about that.
So, Marcus, what is your view on that? Do you think that the medal race demands a switch of psychology?
Yeah, it does. I think actually with the smaller number of boats, you have to be more aware of your direct opponents, and they have some calculating to do on who they have to stay ahead of and how big the gaps have to be. I highlighted the top 5 boats, and for us, it's easy to do the math because we've got the SAP Sailing Analytics doing all the calculations for us. For them, it's a little bit more difficult with the points being so close. It's more of a direct battle, I'm sure. And it's very difficult for them to decide whether they want to sail against their opponent or if they just sail the best race possible. They really need to split their minds. Maybe it's even like one team member on board is thinking one way and the other is thinking the other way, trying to cover all the bases. The top three are definitely so close together that it's not two battling it out. It's surely amongst the top three, the Brazilian team, the Italian team, and the best Danish team, Hansen and Salzkopf Iversen, who can win this. So, how do you split your attention? It is very, very difficult.
Yeah, we don't often see this many people in contention going into the final medal race, and quite often you see a bit more of a match race going on between the top two contenders. But as you say, the boats behind, particularly the two Danish teams just behind, plus the Brits, they're really too close for the top two, the Brazilians and the Italians, to be able to focus exclusively on each other. So we've got just over 3 minutes to the start. Now we've seen both sides of the course pay. It's really been pretty difficult to discern any kind of pattern in the racing here. But coming down from a fleet of 25 to a fleet of just 10, it's a bit more of a boat speed race, isn't it, Marcus?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's more controllable in terms of where you position yourself against your opponent, and you don't get pushed out as easily as you do in a big fleet. And yeah, speed certainly matters more. That is also something that you experience when you go to the Olympics, when you go from large fleets to smaller fleets. It's a bit of a different game.
I'll say one. Guys, if I can just jump in here, I'll just add one comment two comments about the medal race that make it different. You've got the aggression piece because it's kind of boat on boat, but you've also got the open race course, so your ability to act on that aggression is a little bit lower than it might be. And the second part that's really different is the starting. There's virtually no competition for slots, so you don't have to choose what you're going to do very early, and you can change your mind, at almost any time. And just take a look at how the boats are scattered willy-nilly on this pre-start, and you'll see how different it is to a typical start. And if I was a betting man, I'd say that Port Tack option is going to be a pretty popular one this start.
Port Tack option gets a lot easier with fewer boats, I suppose. And if you fancy getting out to the right-hand side, then that would be a pretty good option. Ben, do you get the sense that anyone is looking at the Port Tack option?
Andy, I think everyone is.
Oh, is the line so? That's what it looks like in the tracking. That the line is very much favored to the left. Is that what's? Can you confirm that?
I can confirm that, and I can also confirm that the race officer seems to be letting it go.
But why? Why would you let a start like that go?
Well, that's clearly his decision. If he's not going to postpone at this stage and he's going to let it go, I guess it's still the same for everybody. You live with what you've got. So that would be a pretty unusual scenario. We didn't see lines as biased as this in Portugal, but we did see a lot of people starting on port in Portugal earlier on this year. If you want to get out to the right, then starting on Port Tack is pretty unconventional in slower boats, but in a 49er, it's not a bad idea. And we can see the bulk of the fleet now putting themselves onto Port Tack with 20 seconds to go. And with that being the case, Marcus, where would you rather be, top or the bottom of the screen?
Well, that one's pretty simple. You want to be top of the screen. That's the favored line. And that's the favored end of the line, like massively favored end of the line. The Italians are looking good in there. Brazilians are looking good. So first and second are battling it out straight away. Looks like Italy has won that one.
Yeah, and Denmark 71 in third place at this stage. It's pretty much 1, 2, 3 all next to each other at the top of the screen there.
Yep.
But a pretty good start for the British and also for Denmark too. Nielsen further down. So this is a drag race. This is a very, very unusual start to a race.
Very unusual.
And this is a speed race, and I just wondered if Brazil had the raw speed. I think they've sailed very smart, but I don't think they've necessarily looked that fast. But I have to give it to them. I think that they seem to have the edge on the Italians based on what we've seen so far.
Well, they've got the.
Keep an eye on how Nielsen does as well. But so far, I'd agree with you.
Yeah.
Well, let's indeed see how Nielsen does. Denmark 2 on our screen. And,
it is a total speed race at the moment.
And it looks like the Brits, the purple GBR 22, are struggling to keep their lane. It looks like Ida Nielsen, Denmark 2, is a little bit too hard to hold on to.
Yep, they're pinching him off, and it looks like Brazil is pinching off Italy.
And Jenna Hansen, Denmark 71, in the bad air of the Italians, or the Brazilians rather, and so not working out well for those Danes in third place overall at the moment.
That is a very interesting battle here going on.
Well, so far in boat speed terms, tell us who the fastest is, because I find that a little bit of a surprise when I look, Marcus.
Yeah, well, Nielsen and Olsen have the highest values at the moment, and Maloney and Meach.
Yeah, Maloney and Meach.
Currently lying in 7th place. By the way, we've got the regatta rank up in front. So at the moment, it's the Italians who take the lead, and Grail and Kunze are in second, but it's way too close to call. And I mean, this battle is going to go on for this whole race between the two.
Well, it's not looking good for Denmark 71 sailing out to the left of our screen. It was not possible for them to hang in there, so they've been forced out to the left-hand side, and you can't help but think that was something they didn't really want to do.
Well, you don't know what's going to happen. It could just be the lucky punch.
This is really a spectacular medal race here, because all of the contenders, or most of them, have stuck together when there's acres of space, but they all started on port. They all held their lane. And, it has been boat speed and boat speed. The Kiwis started a little deeper in the hole, kind of down the line, but have managed to find clear air. And I think this boat speed race is going to run all the way to the top mark.
And at the moment, Nielsen is back on the podium. And they've got quite a decent lane at the moment. Let's see how they can inch out of that spot.
And who's the other boat that we can see there? Is it the Spanish?
That is the Spanish. Yep, let me get the label on them.
So they seem to be going a little bit higher than the two boats to their left. Those traces are just separating, and it's not worked out so well for Brazil at this stage.
No, it doesn't look like they have a speed edge here.
No, I think in these drag races, it doesn't look like Brazil have quite got the legs.
Spain's going fast.
Yep.
Italy's bearing away a little bit. I wonder who can make the windward mark, who can make the ley line. Looks like Denmark can make it. Looks like Spain is aiming for it. Pretty sure Brazil can't make it.
This is quite a strong setup at the moment for the Italians, isn't it? In terms of overall standings, things are going quite nicely for the Italians here. They've got the Brazilians tucked away to the left of them.
It looks like they're aiming to make the windward mark. They're trying to pinch up. Spain's rolling them.
Yeah.
That's good news for Nielsen and Olsen, because if Italy has to tack to make the mark, they certainly don't have right away.
No, and it looks like Italy has now fallen into the bad air of the Spanish, and it could be difficult for the Italians to be able to get there in one go, but they keep on pinching up the other side.
But the wind has shifted to the right, so actually Brazil could even make the windward mark. It looks like they're reaching down to the windward mark now.
And Hansen being forced to tack away and way off to the left out of our picture, that's really not gone well for them. It's unfortunate that they weren't able to make the best of that drag race out to the right-hand side earlier. The Spanish are going to go round first. The Italians have managed to get up. The lifting breeze managed to get them up there. And as you said, Marcus, even the Brazilians have managed to get round, but only in 4th place. So that means that as the Italians go round in 2nd place, they are the leaders in the regatta as things stand at the moment.
Interesting how the leaders have pulled away from the fleet, and it only makes sense that the Spanish are doing a jibe set here, because that was the side that worked better on the upwind. So that's where you want to go. The jibe of the Italians came in late. Maybe an opportunity for the Danish team to overtake the Italians, or at least get closer.
Yeah.
Right leading into that windward mark, the Spanish crew, Tamara, had some issue with her trapeze and fell in the water. That's why they stopped dead and lost about half their lead on the Italians. And that's given the Italians an opportunity to get even close and put some points in between them and the rest of the sailors here.
So it's looking really good for the Italian team at the moment, Conti and Klepčić, with 69 points. As things stand at the moment, a lot of catching up to do for Grail and Kunze. And Nielsen and Olsen back on the podium with the 3-point lead over Hansen and Salskov Iversen, who are currently pretty far back in the fleet.
And this medal race is not going well for the Danes generally. We've got 3 Danes in this race, but none of them really making much of this medal race.
Keep an eye on the Brazilians and Ida and Marie on this downwind. They've both made moves.
So let's indeed do that. So we see Brazil driving off to the left of our screen. And so why have they done that? Are they going to find some better breeze over there? Will they be able to come back, jibe back into the center?
They're going a really good angle compared to the Spanish. If you compare the 2 angles here, this angle and this angle, they're really making up ground here.
They are, but they still got to do one more jibe on the unfavored port jibe. So will they have the space to do that? Let's see how they get on. Brazilians are now on the unfavored port jibe. They're going to have to give way to anybody else. Can they get across the front of their rivals? They've certainly closed the gap in distance terms on the Italians. And the Brazilians have managed to hold on to their lane, but it will be Italy that still gets down to this left-hand mark first. And we got joint leaders now, Italy going out to the left, Spain going out to the right, and the Brazilians right on the tail of the Italians. So that will close the points gap up again. And so can the Brazilians attack by following their main rivals for the title, or will we see them break away and look to go the opposite way to the Italians?
Well, it's closing up the gap, that's for sure.
So, Ben, we've got a real split in the fleet. Some of them have been left way behind now, including Hansen and Iversen. It looks like their chances of winning this world title are going away. What do you make of those that went left, those that went right out of the leeward gate?
Out of the leeward gate, you can see why the Spanish wanted to get right. The fleet, I can say, has all gone back to the right. So the physical separation was probably only about 300 meters. So even though they went around different gates and got established, the Italians and the Brazilians flip back over, don't give too much space, and they're not going to let the Spanish outright them too much.
Ben, in previous races that we've been following, we haven't really seen much of a pattern. It seems like the right pays one side one time and the left pays the next. But are we seeing generally more of a trend towards the right being the strongest side of this race course?
I can only speak about the previous beat, whether it's a trend or something less substantial. I don't know, but I can tell you, no one's going to give the left a chance this beat.
Well, Marcus, what do we see now? Because it looks like those that went round the left, the Italians and the Brazilians, might have gained an advantage.
Well, but we just saw a header on the right-hand side.
Sorry, Marcus. Just check in with the Kiwis. They've gone the farthest left, and it's not looking too bad.
Yeah, it's been looking like that for a little while, where these boats were on the left-hand side were getting lifted quite a lot here and even more here. Look at the differences in angle. And these guys are sailing back now. So,
but what Conti and Klapsic might know if they've done their sums, and you've got an awful lot of sailing to do and other stuff to think about, but maybe they have enough awareness of the points differences to realise that actually this has moved into a match racing scenario, and by far their closest rival for the title are the Brazilians, which perhaps is why we see the Brazilians tucked away almost in their bad air.
I think they're just going to stay on top of them. I don't think they're going to let them go.
No, because none of the Danes really are close enough now to be able to threaten for the overall title. I think this is turning into a two-horse race, and at the moment, it's the Italian horse that's in front of the Brazilian horse.
We should be aware, though, that the fight for the bronze medal is on. Nielsen and Olsen currently holding third place, but just 1 point to Salskov and Iversen. To Hansen and Salskov and Iversen. If they gain 1 place, they'll be in a silver medal position. So that's another battle we have to look out to. And out of the mix at the moment is Dobson and Ainsworth, who are currently in 5th position. So
the breeze is strengthening as we approach this windward mark. There's been a couple shifts back and forth, but yes, the Italians in position. It looks like they're determined to stay between themselves and the windward mark of the Brazilians. But I don't think we should discount what the Brazilians are in the downwind. We saw how much they closed up on the Italians in the first downwind. Very open race course to try and take it to them if they can make the mark from where they are in the lay line.
Well, this World Championship will be decided on the last downwind, that's for sure. And it's going to be a hot battle between the current World Sailor of the Year from Brazil, Grail and Kunze, and Conti and Klapsic, who currently have the upper hand, but it's going to be decided on the downwind.
I think the Italians have a slight speed advantage upwind, and maybe the Brazilians have that advantage downwind. So the Italians need to make the most of their strong tactical position at the moment. They must be almost giving the Brazilians bad air where they are at the moment, and they need to make the most of that, put that buffer between themselves and the Brazilians, and make sure that they've got the legs on the Brazilians to close out the world title on this final run to the finish. And in an ideal scenario, if they could get New Zealand between themselves and the Brazilians, that will be even easier for the Italians.
I wonder if the Brazilians can make the windward mark, or if they have to put in another tack. It does look like they have to put in another double tack. And by the way, Nielsen and Olsen still holding on to 3rd place. Yep, Brazilians have to tack. That might be a decision here, in the sense that I think Italy can pull away far enough to secure the lead on this downwind.
That could be it.
Yep, that's a healthy lead.
So the reigning European champions could be just about to add their first world title in the 49er FX. Giulia Conti and Francesca Klapsic from Lake Garda in the north of Italy, sailing on much browner waters than Lake Garda, sailing on the River Plate, sailing in much choppier waters than Lake Garda.
Ooh, and we've got a position change on the bronze medal position with Hansen just took 1 place. Let's see how that evolves. Oh, it's going to be awfully close with the boats from the right-hand side.
And so that bronze medal battle, that's what it's about really at the moment, isn't it? Because there are 2 Danes and 1 Brit.
Actually, I have to take that back, Andy. She's falling behind badly just now, and that pushes Nielsen and Olsen back in 3rd place, and actually even Dobson and Ainsworth between them in 4th place. Italy has jibed, Brazil in 2nd position. Italy has jibed towards the finish line. I don't think anything's going to happen there.
Well, the Brazilians have made it easy for them in the sense that they followed them down this run. So clearly the Brazilians didn't see any good tactical alternatives to just following the leader. Otherwise, they would have taken them. So that's a nice lead that the Italians have, and I wonder if they can start to celebrate that. Ben Ramoka, how close are you? Can you see the Italians? Do they know that they have it in the bag yet?
I've just seen the Italians screaming and pumping their fists like crazy. Those girls are fired up as they cross the finish line. They had one reasonably tricky but basically fine jibe to do to get it done, and they did it, and they are pumped up.
Well, congratulations to Italy. Giulia Conti, Francesca Klapsic, now the world champions as well as the European champions, and they did it in fine style, winning the medal race. That's probably what it was going to take because it was so close between the top few. So the first boat across the line is the gold medal winner. The second boat across the line is the silver medal winner. But still, we have a very, very tight battle between some Danish and one British boat to decide who gets the bronze medal. So, Marcus, how is that battle going at the moment?
Well, if they can keep it together on this last jibe, then I think they're certain to be third. They're currently ranking as third. Well, it's changing all the time. It's so close. I still have them up in third position. Let's see if they can finish.
Just zoom in for us, yeah. Let's see who gets across there first.
Nielsen and Olsen still ranked in third, lying in fourth position. But if they lose one place against Spain here, that might change. Let's see.
So it's the quality of Spain's jibe that counts to decide which day.
This is really, really close. And can they make it? Can they make it? It looks like they're coming in ahead. And that secures their bronze medal, which after a bad day like that feels all right to me. I'd say they had a tremendously good week and they had a terrible morning. And it looks like they at least managed to secure the bronze medal of this World Championship.
And it just didn't quite go to Hansen's favour coming out of that very strange start line. It was a drag race and Hansen, Denmark 71, just didn't seem to have the raw straight line speed to be able to hang in there on that drag race.
I'm still holding my breath because if they could take one place here, they could still squeeze past, but I don't think they can. It looks like they're going to stay in 8th place, which means 4th overall for Hansen and Salzkopf Iversen.
With Dobson and Ainsworth from Great Britain in 5th, a good regatta for them. And the Spanish that were leading this race for a while, Echegoyen and Betanzos, they will finish 6th overall.
Ooh, and Beckering and Dutz in 9th place. If we had their score right, that would be drama for them, dropping out of that precious top 8 place that could still possibly get them an Olympic ticket. What a dramatic finish to this regatta.
So that, yes, the significance of that 9th place, we believe that 8th would give Beckering and Dutz a very good chance of being considered by the Netherlands Olympic Committee to represent the country at Rio 2016. So it's a very strange scenario there. It could be that no Dutch team goes to represent their country in the 49er FX, even though we got some sailors that are close to world class.
So here it is. This is the final results. After 15 races plus a medal race, we've got a winner from Italy. Conti and Klapsic win this World Championship with 67 points, 2 points ahead of Grail and Kunze with 69 points. The reigning World Sailors of the Year, the reigning world champion, not anymore. They win the silver medal of this event. What a tough battle it has been. And Nielsen Olsen, who had a tremendously great regatta, finish off in 3rd place. I think that was one of the best medal races I've seen.
Yeah, I can't think of many examples where we've seen 6 serious contenders for the medals, even for winning the world title going into the last race. But what a strange start to that race it
Yeah,
was.
let's go back to it. Let's go back to it. I mean, this is a very, very strange start. The line is obviously very, very skewed, and you can see the start of Conti and Klepchus. That's where they won this race, and they carried this through to the finish. And it goes to show that these girls work like clockwork by now. Um, Incredible race, great start in these difficult conditions. You know, it's kind of nuts. You do so many starts over the year, and this is a weirdo. You know, it's so strange. Maybe Ben can comment on it. Very strange start. The line is obviously very, very skewed, and you can see the start of Conti and Klepchus. That's where they won this race, and they carried this through to the finish, and it goes to show that these girls work like clockwork by now. Um, Incredible race, great start in these difficult conditions. You know, it's kind of nuts. You do so many starts over the year, and this is a weirdo. You know, it's so strange.
Marcus,
Maybe Ben can comment on it. Very strange stuff.
Marcus, can you hear me?
Yeah, I think that double noise is coming from your end. I don't have another explanation for it. Maybe you can mute your this race and your speakers. Thanks. And it goes to show that these girls work like clockwork by now.
Well, we're getting a complete
incredible race.
Repeat of what you just said, Marcus.
Conditions. You know, it's kind of nuts. You do so many starts over the year, and this is a weirdo. You know, it's so strange.
That is me.
That was coming from your end, Andy.
No idea how that happened. It's been on all day, and I haven't had that happen, so I don't know what happened there. Sorry about that.
I think it's because you rewind it probably or something like that.
I wasn't even touching it. It's very strange.
Anyway, that was that was an exciting medal race, and maybe Ben can comment a little bit more on what he sees out on the water. They must be celebrating like hell.
Hey guys, yeah, I'm here. I've just gone through a very chaotic scene down here. There are maybe 100 boats anchored just below the finish line, plus all the ribs from basically every team and a bunch of sailing schools here.
Send us
and
pictures.
Everyone's zipping around.
Us pictures.
Everyone's zipping around trying to figure out what's going on. So the Italians knew it was happening right away. Immediately, Martine Grail and Kaina Kunze basically crashed into them to go congratulate them. They were so thrilled. The real classy gesture there. And then it took about 5 minutes of a Danish huddle and a bunch of other boats looking around and trying to figure out what was going on. And finally, we saw Ida and Marie turn around and head towards the race committee boat. They went, once the orange flag was up with the scores, the red flag was up with the scores, and it was only then that they really believed that they'd won a medal, and they gave us a big thumbs up, big smiles. They were happy to get out with a medal. I think it's been a very trying day for them, and to fight back in that race, to not really have the speed, but to come away with a medal, there's going to be smiles still, even though it could have been so much more.
Well, that's
Thanks,
a nice
Ben.
scenario when everyone's happy with what they've got out of there, and nice sporting gesture from the Brazilians to congratulate the Italians so quickly afterwards.
Yeah, wonderful spirit in the fleet. So, Ben, how much time do we have till the medal race of the men?
The 49er medal race is scheduled for 4 o'clock. I don't know where we are right now, but right now the boats are in the area. They're tuning up, but I don't see any flags up yet. So we've got at least 7 minutes.
All right.
Till it starts.
Andy, I suggest we take a 7-minute break. Everybody can get a drink, and then I hope for a very exciting medal race with the men.
Okay, we will be back in about 7 minutes from now. We have about 5 minutes to the start of the medal race to conclude the 49er World Championships in Buenos Aires. We've just seen the conclusion of the 49er FXs, where we saw the Italian team, Conti and Klapsic, win that gold medal. We already know our medal winners in this race, and that is Pete Burling and Blair Tuke from New Zealand, who have done enough to wrap up this regatta with a race to spare. So the competition, Marcus, that we really want to focus on is the battle for the silver and bronze medals, because that's still very close.
Yeah, let's go quickly back to the leaderboard. Burling and Tuke with almost a 30-point lead out of any sort of worries for this last race, but the points are really close behind that. Alonso, the brothers from Spain, in second place with 91 points. Ulrich Jensen with 94. Incredible performance today. They're going to be fun to look at this final race, and with 96 points vying for the podium, Heil and Plössl in fourth place, and the young team from Argentina, the local heroes, Lange and Lange brothers, with 102 points in fifth place. These are the ones who will try to win medals through this last and final medal race.
Ben Ramocca, tell us a little bit about the Lange brothers, because they've not been in the class very long, have they? I mean, this is a sensational performance.
Yeah, the Lange brothers haven't been in the class that long. They've only really been sailing for 3 years. They didn't even sail the full quadrennial. As we speak, they're chasing me now because the race committee has gone under postponement, and the wind's gone way right, and they're literally like 10 feet behind me, going upwind, not racing, but we're definitely causing them trouble. The wind's gone, way left. So the same sort of shift we saw before the last race, the committee boat has raised its anchor and move forward probably 50 meters to try and square this course up. But we'll be under delay for a little bit here.
So where did this shift come from? What's happening? What is it? Is it a gradient wind anyway, or is it a sea breeze that we're looking at?
Marcus, as I talk, why don't you pull up a photo I've emailed you, and it shows a diagonal wind cloud line that's approaching the race course. We're now basically underneath it. The guys were changing their settings ahead of this race to make sure that they had enough of the jib down to handle the breeze. But I wonder, it's moving reasonably quickly, how long it'll last. So just check your email and see if you can pop up on screen what I'm talking about. But we're basically under a very, probably a mile long and full horizon length band of cloud with blue sky upwind of it and downwind of it. But it's not square to what has been the wind angle. It's at a diagonal.
I'm looking for that email, Ben, but I think your internet connection out there oh, there it is. I got it, actually. Okay, I'll bring it up on screen in a second. Here we go. That's what it looks like, but I certainly can't see the clouds. He's speaking about there's no clouds. It looks like a wonderful day out on a muddy river.
Are you sure that's not a shot from earlier?
Oh, maybe I've sent you the wrong email. It's very difficult yes. to operate and drive the boat and talk to you guys.
Well, you're the master of multitasking anyway.
It's full overcast where we are right now, but it's blue sky upwind and downwind.
Ben, just coming back to the Lange brothers, we were just talking about them. How much of them doing well can be put down to sailing on home waters?
I think there's a component. They haven't put two back-to-back regattas that are this good together, the South Americans in the world, all season. But we have seen them challenge the top ranks. I believe both Palma and here, they were in the medal race, or certainly very close to it. And I think in the early parts of both those regattas, they were in the top 5 as well. Their father's a 2-time bronze medalist in the 470 and the Tornado, and he's certainly been supporting them as much as any father can to sons. But they're going to be a very popular medalist if they manage to pull off medals in home waters. The Lange name is already very famous in their home club. You can see, I'm sure a lot of the support that's out here right now is down to them, their friends and family being here. and we can see a laser going by with a Argentinian flag trailing from the top batten. And they're going to be popular medalists if they can pull it off.
And in the kind of breeze that we've got, just tell us what breeze do we have, and then tell us who do you think it's going to play to the advantage of?
The breeze has got to be 12 to 14 knots here. And like I said, there's still quite a bit of chop from just the daily circus of the boats here. I can see the Alonsos. They're just a couple boat lengths to windward of me. Federico gives me the thumbs up, and Arturo is busy stowing some ropes and doing some final tuning as they wait for the race committee to get prepared. They seem pretty relaxed. They seem just like normal. I cruised by the Germans earlier in preparation probably 15 minutes ago. Eric looked very cool and determined. Tommy looked a little nervous to me. I mean, who knows what I'm reading into it. And I took a look at Nathan and Ian, and they looked like they'd been here a million times before and were about to execute. They're sitting now with their wing up on their coach boat, chatting with, well, not really chatting, just sitting and waiting. And, they're moving the windward mark and they're moving the pins. So they're almost ready, but not quite there.
Well, the way that Outridge and Jensen have been sailing today, Marcus, you would think they would have to be the favourites to get the silver medal, the highest remaining medal available.
Yeah, I mean, if the stats would matter, then their performance was outstanding today, and I think they probably have the most experience of sailing in the top of the fleet out of all these guys. I think they've got the confidence, and I think they're enjoying themselves today very much. So they'll be hard to beat for sure.
That's postponement down, so we're starting to get into a sequence again. The course is relayed.
So what do you think? Another 6 to 7 minutes for the next start?
I think the yellow flag will go up in 30 seconds in real life.
Yellow flag up in 30 seconds.
Ben, just tell us about the principal race officer and the relationship that he has with the class and why you operate things that way.
Dave, the principal race officer here today, and helping him out, we have Ricardo Navarro, who is one of the principal race officers for the Olympics this summer. David's been with the class since the start. He helped us design our style of racing, and he does all our documentation. He does our notices of races. He does our sailing instructions. He also serves on our board as our CFO. So we find our race officer to be integral to what we've been doing as a class. You guys, I'm sure, know about a theater style efforts, and he certainly helped us execute with that. And he's fully integrated with the class, and we couldn't do the things we do without him.
And how common is that in Olympic classes to bring your own traveling race officer with you?
It's common now in the Olympic classes. All the classes have their favorites, and favorites is the wrong way to put it. It's got the people that are part of the class. David may not be sailing, but he's as much a part of the class as anyone else, albeit being an official. But he's got the full respect of the sailors. If he ever made a mistake, they'd forgive him. If he ever made a mistake, he'd be the one that raised his hand and also went and chatted about what happened and how he could do better next time. And he's built that relationship up with us over 20 years.
David Campbell-James represented Great Britain at the Olympics in the Tornado, probably about 30 years ago now. So he knows what these guys are going through. He understands the importance of his role and what the relationship of the race officer should be with the competitors, because he's been on the other side of the start line.
Has Ben just dropped out or fell overboard?
Well, I think maybe Ben is going on mute whenever he can.
And now he's frantically searching for the mute button. Well, we don't have a start time yet. But we can. The shift in the wind is reflected in the newly set start line.
Should we just explain? We haven't given a lot of context, Marcus, to the way that we're running this operation in terms of how we're doing the actual broadcast, because this is a pretty unique kind of setup that we got here, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, we the initial plan was after the Porto Europeans, we wanted to do a classic broadcast in Argentina as well. Part of that broadcast is utilizing the local LTE network, which we did in Porto, but unfortunately, the LTE network in Buenos Aires is not up for the job yet. So at some point, we decided that we will just go with commentary on tracking. And we think that one of the big strengths that the sailing analytics have is that they give very accurate and reliable overall results. So we're always on top of those results, and we want to communicate them through this channel. And we think that is very exciting itself for sailing fans out there. Next time around at the Worlds in Clearwater, we will try to have live video footage again. But I think this works really well. I mean, the core of the racing we can communicate through these simple means, and it doesn't even matter that you're in the UK and I'm in Germany. With Ben being out there on the water, he can give us the full insight of what's happening, and again, we seeing some things that he can't see, since we're always on top of where the boats are exactly and what that means for the overall scores.
Well, we have 2 minutes 30 to the start, and Ben was telling us earlier just how different medal races can be. You can pretty much pick where you want to start. You don't have the same battles to line up early and book your slot like you do in a 25 boat fleet, because we've got 10 boats here. They're the best 10 in the world, and so they all know what they're doing, and some of them will be keeping a close eye on each other, but a little bit like what we saw with the women just now. There aren't two boats that are just ahead of everybody else. They can't afford to think in match racing terms of one-on-one, because it's a more complicated game than that, with the points so close between really second and sixth place at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, and
guys, if I can just jump in quickly, we've got another port tack option setting up here, so just keep an eye on Outeridge. I think he's going to set up on the port tack option, and I think Burling wanted it, but he's been coaxed into a regular start at the pin. I'd be interested to see that split.
Well, I wonder what Burling and Shute do. Having won the gold medal already, I guess the gentlemanly thing to do is to go around the course, but not really to get in anybody else's way. So maybe Burling and Shute are deciding that they're just going to go around the racetrack, or maybe they're so competitive.
They don't look like that to me, Andy. I think they're working as hard as they can to win the pin right now.
Okay, so every race counts, even when you've won the world title, and it's just for show. Their competitive instincts are as strong as ever, from what Ben is saying.
And we see the Australians, Outeridge and Jensen, doing exactly what Ben has predicted. They're setting up for a port start. And so is Delicate and Rash. And so is the Polish team. The Germans are turning around as well. They're just in front of the rest. Ooh.
And this is all pretty confused with 20 seconds to go. I'm sure the pattern will emerge in due course, but you wouldn't know that you're 15 seconds away from the start.
I'd put my money on the Spanish at the moment. Oh, maybe they can't make it through.
So
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, off they go. Not a bad start for the German. It's not a bad start for the Aussies. Interesting pack here. I think those guys nailed the start. Very interesting start. Let's see where the world champions have. They won the pin.
But are they going out to the correct side of the course? Going left didn't seem to work too well in the women's race. And so we will wait and see if Burling and Shute can win this race. But the race for the silver and bronze medal, it really looks like it's taking place over on the far side of the course, with the Australians right next to the Germans.
Yeah, interesting battle. How's that going to evolve? Look at the straight line behind them. These guys are trying as hard as possible to get everything out of their boat right now. And they're drawing beautiful lines out on the water there. This is perfect steering and probably fairly confused winds. Who's winning this battle? Actually looks like the boat to windward.
That red line of Aldridge and Jensen is so straight. It's incredible.
Yeah, unbelievable.
And there's a boat just to the windward side of the Australian boat that looks like it's struggling to stay there.
And here comes the shift.
But it hasn't reached the Australians yet, so the Germans are falling away from the Australians.
I think the Australians.
Let's just include in the conversation the Alonsos, guys. The Alonsos, who struggled all day and couldn't keep up in the higher breeze range, seem like they're doing okay to me.
I think that the tracker of the Australian boat has lost touch for a second. That's why the line is so straight. That was unnatural. There's no way they could have continued like this. They're going to come back in a second.
Well, let's keep an eye on those Spanish as well, because it doesn't look particularly good to me for Spanish 46, but maybe Ben Ramoka is seeing something a little bit different from his perspective out there in real life on the water. But it's a very
well. I wouldn't say they're doing too well, but they're hanging in there, and they've got a good lane and a good start. So they're in position to do well, but it's far from guaranteed.
Ben, tell us how Aldridge and Jensen are doing, because their tracker is currently not delivering the best data. Ben might not have heard me.
Okay, so we have to disregard the track of Australia 3 at the moment. Let's hear what Ben says now. Far away, Ben. I don't know if Ben can hear us or not. But let's hope that tracker settles down on board the Australian boat.
Or maybe he's working some magic there, you know? Maybe it's defying nature.
Well,
I just can't tell.
They certainly seem to be higher and faster than everybody else at the moment.
Oh, it's not a good tack for the German boat. They're really swallowing some bad air from the Polish team here.
Yeah, that's not gone well after a really good start for Germany. That's not particularly great for them. And how is Berling getting on the far side? Marcus, just tell us.
Okay, I think the tracker of Aldridge is just recovering. Ben, could you go on mute or give us the news?
Yeah, guys, it's a drag race to the right side for the lead. Aldridge and Jensen are now leading the pack that went right back left. On their hip are the Austrians, the Polish, and the Spanish, with the Germans behind the Spanish. The Alonsos, therefore, are basically in line with Aldridge and Jensen for the silver medal. And the top left... Oh, no, sorry, I'm wrong. That's the other Spanish. That's 900, Diego Botin. So Aldridge just got this to win here. He's got a good position. He's got a few boats ahead of him he's going to have to counter, and he's got the Alonso close to him. But the Lange brothers have gone the wrong way. They've gone into the far left, so they're basically out of it. And Heil Klosel haven't won the drag race, so they're far right.
But they're currently, according to the analytics, they're currently still tied on points with Aldridge and Jensen. It's like...
When you say they, you mean the Spanish?
No, sorry, I meant the Germans, but they're dropping now in the live leaderboard. And they have to tack away. That's not good news for them.
So it looks at the moment like the Alonso brothers are hanging on to that silver medal by the skin of their teeth. But will they be able to keep the Aussies at bay? The moment the Aussies are in front of them in this race, and, well, I don't know how closely the Australians will have done the points on board their boat with their coach, Emmett Lazic, before this race. So I don't know if they will be able to do the calculations as they go along. But at the moment, it looks like this is a battle between Spain and Australia for the bronze and silver medals, with Germany still chance of doing well, but that's going to require Eric Harle and Thomas Plussel to step on the gas and get back into the hunt. Australia looks like they tack on ley line. The Austrians tacking just underneath them, and the Poles tacking just underneath them. So really congested as they come into the top mark. Very, very tight between the top five. The Alonso's passing behind the first four boats, looking for a spot to just tack in ahead of Pink and Bithell from Great Britain. Just squeezing around in front. It looks like it's Poland.
Poland in
followed
front.
by Austria, and then the Australians going round after that. We got a bit of a tracking glitch. Ben, just tell us what you saw at the Windward Mark rounding.
What I saw in the Windward Mark rounding was the the Polish at first, and then Nathan Outteridge rolling Nico De La Carthy and Jensen got the spin. They went round on a surge of a wave. They got the spinnaker up first, and they went over top. I also saw the Lange brothers capsize on a tack barrelay. So, wipe them out of the picture. As I speak now, I think the Austrians are trying to roll Outteridge and Jensen, something I don't think we would have seen 4 years ago. So,
who's trying to roll?
There's a little bit of work on the side
them?
there.
The Austrians.
Austria is rolling Outteridge and Jensen in the far deep corner of a straight set, and the Alonsos have jibed early over top of them, trying to get the high line. But the battle for the medals is between Outteridge and Alonso's. Alonso's have about 3 boats and the Australians to beat them. Well, actually, that's not true because they can follow behind. So the Alonsos have 2 boats or 3 boats to catch. But they don't look good right now. I can see Burling's moving back into contention from behind on the downwind, and Pink's in there and Botton's in there. Although it looks to me like Botton's about to roll Outteridge now again. So something may be up with Nathan's downwind boat speed.
Ben, keep us updated on what Outteridge and Jensen are doing, because we're currently not seeing them in the tracking. I'm trying to emulate them here with the hand following around where they possibly are.
As they jibe, they're neck and neck with Botton on the port jibe downwind.
Neck and neck with ESP 900, who we can see are jibed out to the right, the blue trace. So that's the closest idea we have to where Outteridge and Jensen are. So that would mean a bit of a loss for Outteridge and Jensen.
And I can confirm that Outteridge and Jensen were rolled by Botton. So they're now following Botton. They were rolled in the corner by Nico De La Carthy way back, or I don't know what, but they're not going fast downwind, and the Alonsos have now really closed the gap behind them. The Alonsos are only 5 boat lengths behind Outteridge as we head into the leeward gate.
So that's pretty unusual territory for Outteridge and Jensen to be rolled by other boats going downwind. Going into the last Olympics, no one could touch them downwind. That was their real strong card amongst pretty much. Their cloak of invincibility was their fast downwind speed. It doesn't seem to be with them today.
Luckily, they're back in the picture in the tracking, but we can see the situation right here where they're rolled by Botton and Lopez.
Meanwhile, the Polish leading this race puts them up into the top 5 overall. And the Austrians also having a good race in second, but they're still only a 9th overall. So those 2 boats in first and second, we're not really bothered about them in terms of deciding where the medals are going to go. It's still all about where Outteridge and Jensen, where the Alonso brothers, and where the Germans Harle and Plussel are.
And they're in for a battle now. Harle and Plussel are a bit out of it. They're far behind. They're charging into the gate right here from the left-hand side.
So they're not completely out of it, but still some work to be done there by the Germans. The leaders go round, the Polish and the Austrians go round the left-hand gate mark. Botín from Spain goes round the other gate mark to the right. Australia goes round to the left, followed by their closest rivals for medals, the Alonsos. So the 2 leading contenders going round to the left, and then Burling and Shute round to the right.
Is it fair to say that if the Alonsos finish immediately behind Outridge and Jensen, they'll beat them overall? Because take a look at the strategy on this upwind. I think the strategy is a little off from Outridge, and I think the Alonsos are just following them.
Well, you're absolutely right, Ben. If Alonso's finish one place behind Outridge and Jensen, they beat the Australians by just 1 point. So all they got to do is hang on to their transom, and as long as no one gets between them, that would be sufficient for the Spanish to get the silver medal.
That's an interesting strategy.
Well, it works in America's Cup keelboats. I don't know if it works quite as well in dynamic skiffs like the 49er. I think the idea of hanging on to somebody's coattails doesn't work terribly well in planing boats.
Well, I take back what I said about Outridge having a mistaken strategy, because he needs to put boats between himself and Alonso, and I think he's managed to find some shifts. He's looking good again on this beat. So keep an eye on what's going on with the shifts overall here, as Outridge needs to put boats between him and Alonso.
They can't completely ignore what the Germans are doing, but fortunately for them, the Germans aren't going that well at the moment.
No, they're like 6 points behind overall. That's 3 places in this medal race. They'd have some catching up to do.
They do. The Germans really need Outridge and Alonso to get caught up in their own match race and for them to slip round the outside unnoticed, and that's probably not going to happen. And at the moment, Outridge has got the Spanish behind him, and he's got the Germans just off to the right and behind him. So all his main rivals are where he needs them, but he does need to get a place between himself and the Spanish.
Yep, and it looks like he can do that. Maybe just another Spanish boat.
The boats, it's not so important for Outridge, but the boats that went round the right-hand side, boats like the British, boats like the Kiwis, have actually done very well. And so there's been a bit of place changing going on. But in terms of the relationship between the potential medal winners, that's not that important. It does mean there are fewer boats for Outridge to use to get between him and the Spanish, though.
But this boat might just be, Burling and Tuke might be the deciding factor. And following a boat is a dangerous strategy, obviously, because you're choking that bad air, and that slows you down, and that opens up the gap for other boats to squeeze in.
And the gap is certainly opening up between the Australians and the Spanish, and you do wonder how many boats there might be between the two now. It looks like things are starting to go the Australians' way.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very risky strategy unless your boat speed's very good. If your boat speed's fine, actually, I think it's a fine strategy. There's plenty of room out here to get clear air almost anywhere you want to. But if you're slower and you're going up against a boat that's been fast all day, like Outridge, you're sure taking a risk that some other boat can overtake you.
So are you saying that the Spanish would be better off tacking away and looking for something different?
I think when you're down on boat speed and it's critical to get a result, you've got to be firing on every cylinder and not missing a few, and strategy is one of those.
Well, the Spanish did tack, but the Australians have tacked pretty much at the same time as them, as did the other Spanish team, ESP 900, which are right on the shoulder of the Australians, but we're not so concerned about Botín. The Spanish we're concerned about are the purple trace ESP 46. And at the moment, even though the breeze is shifting in the Spanish favour, I think the Australian lead is too great, and there are going to be a few boats, maybe one or two, between the Australians and the Spanish.
Yeah, we currently have them ranked second overall already with a 1 point lead over the Spanish. And it's probably about Burling and Tuke and the Spanish boat being between Outridge and Jensen and the Alonso brothers. Looks like Burling and Tuke can pass ahead of Outridge and Jensen.
That was a real burst of speed by the Australians, because they seem to be able to burn off ESP 900. And it seems like the Australians are going fast out there.
But now ESP 900 is taking off to the right-hand side, so this is a crucial split for the silver medal here. Can ESP 900 recover and overtake Australia again?
Well, I'm talking ESP 900 is not the Spanish we're directly concerned
I
with.
know,
It's
but if ESP 900 passes Outerich and Jensen, then there's no boat between ESP 46 and Australia 3 anymore.
Yeah, I get what you mean, and that could well be the case. The Australians just tacking back, that's a bad angle they're coming back
Yeah,
on,
but
and the Spanish...
they might get lifted just now. Looking at the trails of the Polish boat, looks like they're in for a lefty there.
But it doesn't look as healthy for the Australians as it did a minute ago. It looks like ESP 46 is managing to hang on to the Australians a bit better than it was. It's still very, very close. I mean, as things stand, there's really only a point in it either way. So there's still all to play for between Spain and Australia for the silver and bronze medal.
Oh, now ESP 900 is getting headed. If they pass, they're going to help the silver medal go to Spain. And that's, I think, precisely what's happening right now. Who's going to be ahead? Can Outerich and Jensen tack underneath the Spanish and squeeze in there still? It doesn't look like it with a tack loss. I think the Spanish are going to roll Outerich and Jensen. They're surely going to tack underneath.
It's very, very close.
Can they roll them? Can they roll them?
And just zoom out. Let's see where the other Spanish are. Where's ESP 46 now? On further over to the left.
They're battling the Germans.
Oh wow, it's not gone well for ESP 46.
No, and it looks like Outerich and Jensen can survive in that spot. They still have ESP 900 behind them. They have to have them behind them, probably, unless ESP 46. Well, I think they're going to be, but ESP 900 is deciding this silver medal. Not for them, but for their country fellows.
But let's not forget, Australia was not very fast on the previous downwind leg, and I think it was ESP 900 that was one of the boats that rolled them. I wonder if those vulnerabilities are going to show on this downwind leg for Australia. But look at the gap. Look at the gap in distance terms now between Australia and the Alonso, still going upwind. The Alonso's really lost out badly in that final part of the beat.
Yeah, but I think they're still ahead unless the Germans overtake them. They're fine in that position. But their Spanish mates need to overtake Outerich and Jensen for the silver medal.
Wow.
Well, for the silver medal to go to Spain, obviously.
That's right. We're looking at a Spanish boat in picture, but it's not the one that we're concerned. Well, it's not the one that's in contention for the medal. But if these Spanish in 900 can roll over Australia, they would hand the silver medal to their compatriots.
It doesn't look like they can, though.
Well, they're caught in a little bit of a sandwich there, the Australians, between New Zealand and Spain. It looks like the Australians have closed up to the back of Pete Burling and Blair Tuke, but leaves them looking a little bit vulnerable, and getting this jibe right is going to be absolutely critical.
And they're really jammed in there between the Kiwis and the Spanish, and that's precisely where they're going to stay. Andy, a little side note, details like this would have slipped our attention before we had this great tool here at hand, and we would never seen the drama that's evolving. They probably don't see it out on the water. They don't even know how close it is.
No, they probably don't. So, yeah, we do have a privileged viewpoint here. Ben, if you can hear us, just tell us what you're seeing and how you think the Aussies are hanging in there.
The Spanish have jibed away earlier. I don't think that's going to help them to roll Outerich and Jensen.
No, but it still does look very, very close on points between Australia and the other Spanish for the silver and bronze medal. There we can see in picture ESP 46 on the left of the screen.
Yes, but it's not going to be good enough if Spain doesn't pass the Aussies. Maybe the Spanish are going to put on the brakes. Maybe they've got an idea about the scores. Maybe they want the medal to go to Spain. That's going to be an interesting finish here.
Well, you think ESP 900 is going to flap their Jenica and let the others go through?
Well, I don't hope so, but
you're speculating on a bit of potential team racing.
No, I haven't said anything, Andy.
As you say, I would be surprised if they know the points.
Look at what's happening now. Look at the difference in angle of Australia 3 and ESP 900. Look at that difference.
Also, how ESP 46 has come back into this, because they were so far back going up that beat, and they've had an incredibly good first half of the run. But is it going to be enough? Looks like that boat coming across on port could get between. That's Dylan Fletcher and Alan Syme from Great Britain.
That might be it for them.
Yeah, it looks like Australia have done enough to get the silver medal.
Well, can they get ahead of the Spanish? Can they get ahead? It's so close. It looks like ESP 900 is going to pass them.
It could be.
It's awfully close. Oh God, it's probably going to be too close to call for the tracking.
Wow.
Wow. It looks like they're just ahead. Just tight. Too close to call. Photo finish. Too close to call. And at the moment, we still have them down in 10th place, in 5th place, which would be good enough. Let's see where the Alonso brothers come in. Another really close finish.
But that boat at bottom of picture, Dylan Fletcher and Alan Syme, I think that could be the boat that makes the difference.
Yes.
The British getting in between the Australians and the Spanish.
Yep, they definitely put a boat in between, and we said before that that's good enough.
So, ESP 46, the Alonsos, they had their moments to lead this regatta, to even take the fight to Burling and Chuk, but it looks like they will have to settle for the bronze medal. Still an incredible result for those guys. I would say the best result of their career, and Ben Ramoka, who sailed against them at the very beginning of their careers in the mid-2000s, he could probably confirm that. So even if it's only a bronze medal, it's still a world medal for Spain, for the Alonso brothers. But it's Outridge and Jensen, the reigning Olympic champions, who come back very strongly in this regatta to take the silver medal. And that's a great recovery by them after the illness that afflicted the first half of their regatta.
Whew, that was another exciting medal race. And we've seen Burling and Chuk win this regatta now with more than a 30-point lead. And I always do the math, and I'm saying the gap between Burling and Chuk and the second place boat is bigger than the gap from the second place boat then to the 10th boat. Is that right? In this case, it's 34 points, and 104 plus 34 is 138, and actually that's exactly what it pans out to. The gap from him to the second place boat, from those guys to the second place boat, to the last boat in the medal race is the same. So there's two classes here.
Other than the symmetry of what you've just pointed out, what's the significance of that? Are you saying basically that Burling and Chuk are in a class of their own?
Absolutely. They're sailing in a class of their own. There is them and the rest of the fleet. And the rest of the fleet is fairly close. They're battling each other. But it does look like that the results, and this might be foreshadowing of the Olympic Games, it looks like Outridge and Jensen are really coming back strongly here. They had a great day today, and with that sort of performance throughout the whole regatta and no sickness, I think they might be on par and might be just in the same class as the rest of the field. Alonso, I think they're going to be, as you said, they're going to be very happy with the bronze medal at this regatta. It's been a long way for them, and good job. I actually sailed against them back in my days, so they've been in the game for a long, long time. The Polish are going to be excited about being fourth. They had a good medal race coming in second, and Highland Plösel are going to be unhappy. I reckon they had a terrible medal race. It didn't go well for them. Well, Andy, maybe you take it from here. Pink and Biddle, your fellow countrymen, what do you think? Are they going to be happy about that result?
Yes, I think they will be. They came tantalisingly close to coming fourth as well. When you look at the points gap there, it's just 0.2 of a point off the Polish in fourth. But yeah, I think reasonably happy with that. I don't know the significance of that as far as the trials are concerned. I think maybe they would hope for a little bit better, seeing as they got a medal in Portugal earlier in the Europeans. The Langer brothers, shame for them that they capsized in that final race in front of their home crowd and a lot of home support. Would have been great to have seen an Argentinian medal in Buenos Aires. But anyway, a fantastic performance by two young guys that haven't been in the fleet for very long. That bodes very well for them, and they could be good contenders in Rio 2016 if they can get another 6 or 7 months of steep learning curve under their belt.
Right, Andy, maybe we can get a last word from Ben Ramoka out on the water. Any celebrations happening there? Ben, can you hear us? Frantically searching for the mute button.
Well, I wonder if it gets old celebrating a world championship victory. I mean, that Kiwi flag must be getting pretty worn out by now, mustn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it's just you've sailed the boat, I've sailed the boat, and what we're seeing here is magic to me. I think you can't underestimate what's happening there in the sailing world. This sort of performance is unique, and I think we're seeing some of the major figures in sail sports for the years to come. With that sort of performance, they're certainly in the league of a Paul Evström and a well, who else would you name in that league?
Well, I'd name Ben Ainsley, of course.
Yeah, obviously. So they're not there yet. They have to sustain that form for another few years, win some more medals at the Olympics, do well at the America's Cup, but they've got what it takes to do that. It's very impressive, and it's fun to watch. And if you look at them sailing, it's not like they're doing anything spectacular. It's like you can see the minimal differences that they're able to capitalize on that make the difference throughout the race. They can start mediocre and sort of work their way up the fleet, but sometimes in ninth place, look at race 11, a ninth place is good enough and makes difference if you come from a 20th or 15th place. They're not winning all the races, but all in all, they're still in a class of their own, and that's just very impressive.
But as you alluded to earlier, I think Outridge and Jensen will take a lot of encouragement away from the second half of their regatta. And maybe this is the turning point, because for the last 3 years, it's been very difficult for the Australians, having been so dominant, almost as dominant in the previous Olympic cycle as Burling and Chuk in this one. But they've really handed over that crown and had to yield it to the Kiwis, who they used to be their training partners. I mean, I sometimes wonder if Outridge and Jensen regret having shared so much information with the Kiwis in the build-up to London 2012.
Well, yeah, Nathan Outridge spoke about it in an interview I heard earlier, and he said that they shared a lot of knowledge, and that at some point when they started overtaking them, the partnership went more quiet. I guess that's the way it can go. It's part of growing and part of competing, I guess. Some partnerships just stop. Doesn't mean that the friendship stops, and especially very often your closest components become your lifelong friends. So I think it's part of competition to do it that way.
So one world championship pretty much running to form there, but in the 49er FX, well, it was always going to be a wide open field. And I suppose we would have said that the defending champions from Brazil were the favourites. And they finished second, and it was only decided in the very last run of the 49er FX medal race as to whether it was going to be Italy or Brazil that got that medal. But in the end, it was Italy for the first time that win a gold medal. I think, is that the first time? Yeah, that Italy has never won a 49er World Championship, has it?
No, I don't think so. That's the first, and yeah, I mean, it was exciting to follow the racing in this way, and I think we're going to do that again, and we want all the great racing in the world to be available to the fans out there, and we're going to get better. at broadcasting this way.
So overall, you would say a successful experiment, would you,
Yeah,
Marcus?
for the first time doing it this way, I think this was great, and we're gonna get better as we go along.
And just give us an idea of some of the events that we might be doing next year. We've got a 49er World Championships in Clearwater, Florida, coming up early on in the year in February. What other highlights can we look at?
Well, we're going to have more regattas in the preparation for the Olympics. There's another South American Championships in Brazil happening before the Olympics that might be in the bag. There is some World Cup regattas that we're going to follow with the SAP Sailing Analytics and with a team of Sailtrax that runs the operations. And yeah, I mean, the goal is to bring sailing to the world and to show the action from the ground up. Really, this is a grassroots effort of bringing sailing to the sailing fans worldwide.
And we have had some great insights into some of the tactics and strategies that work out there. Any final comments, Marcus, before we sign off?
No, I'm just excited that we could follow it this way. You know, back when we were sailing, Andy, nobody followed any of these details, and sailing is such an interesting and strategic sport that a lot can happen. Boats split all the time, and just when they split, it means they have to come back together. That makes it interesting every time that happens. And with the scores being available all the time, it's just very, very exciting to watch.
Well, it sounds like we're not going to get Ben Ramoka back, but we will say thank you to Ben Ramoka out there on the water in Buenos Aires. He does a fantastic job of running the 49er class, and I'm sure he's got his hands full getting ready for prize giving. So we say thank you to him. Marcus in Kiel in northern Germany, thank you very much to you and your team who have done a fantastic job running all the SAP Sailing Analytics over the past few days. I'm Andy Rice in the UK. We hope you've enjoyed our coverage, and we look forward to speaking to you again and presenting you more live shows in the world of sailboat racing. But for now, we are signing off from the UK, Germany, and Argentina. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, and bye-bye.